business. A is legislation number 0135-21. B is legislation number 0140-21. C is legislation number 0141-21. D is legislation number 0143-21. E is legislation number 0149-21. F is legislation number 0150-21. 8, close the meeting, announcements, adjournment. Mr. Chair. And also, Mr. Chair, there's been a request that was emailed to me and probably yourselves, where Division of General Services is requesting a revisit. So we would need to add them under 5A. And from yesterday's budget hearings, Veterans Administration, which is 5AV, which is number 5, Veterans Administrations did not require a revisit. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, what are the wishes of the committee?
Chair, I'll motion to adopt the agenda.
Okay, Philip, and good morning. Good to hear your voice.
Chair, I will second.
Okushila Shapizi. I'll recognize the motion by Honorable Carl Slater and the second by Honorable Charlene. So, committee members, there's a request from Division of General Services requiring a revisit. There's a major revision of their budget, so we'll need to address that also. So an addition of a revisit to General Services and then eliminating the revisit for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Do I hear an amendment to the motion?
So Chair, we would insert that before. Oh, sorry.
Honorable Carl Slater, you could amend your motion to include those changes, and the chair would recognize it.
Definitely, I'll amend my motion to include General Services. That was the only program or the only division, right? Or did you mention another one?
The Veterans Administration doesn't require a revisit.
Okay, so we would strike 5V or 5AV and then replace it with the Division of General Services?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll amend my motion to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, Cecilia. Shabiza, Honorable Charlene So, do you concur?
Yes, I concur.
Sheila, thank you. With that, Ms. Benali, that's was your recommendations?
Yes, sir. That was at the request of the Division of General Services. Thank you.
Thank you. Chache, Honorable, or Mr. Leonard Mose, a roll call vote on the amended motion.
Yes, sir. Morning, everyone. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Carry a vote of 4 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, committee members. Let the record show a vote of 4 in favor, the chair not voting and one committee member losing connectivity. Sure, he's still with us on this action. Thank you, committee members. So that takes us to item 4, review and adopt the journals. There being none, we proceed to 5, receiving reports. A. Let's do the Miss Benali. So that would be 5A, small I, Division of Human Services.
Human
Am I
resource.
correct? Human Resources. Okay.
Yes, yes.
All right. So, Dr. Fowler, you have the teleconference floor regarding the revisit. Oh,
Ado shana do shiya shije ado shije ebedai ehi ita na hehe kodo eya revisit bana hol jish ko peso na raj budget na raje ado sa revisit ni hit on ni da akwande and the has ido concerns a be ben hit on na ado a summary itelia ako aje we have 4 programs that were brought to our attention and there were concerns. Before I go further, my program managers are also on site. I'm also attending a RDC meeting at the same time, but I got off that call to focus on this. So the written summary, the Navajo Division of Human Resource presented FY 2022 budget, the comprehensive budget to the Health, Education, and Human Service Committee on Thursday, August 5th. As a result, several of our departments have been provided statements explaining the process, procedures, and so forth, which is Department of Personnel Management, Office Navajo Labor Relation, Navajo Office of Vital Records, and Office of Background Investigation. We did make those attachment and set that your way, honorable delegates. We did elaborate on the vacant positions as a concern. Our goal 3 process and procedures on our personal action form are some of the training for management and leadership that was discussed. And based on that concern by the respective council delegates, with all due respect, DPM is recommending that a lot of these complaints concerns come to our attention for us to address it appropriately. However, we are moving forward on setting up some of those training for our supervisors, managers in management and leadership. Auto nepotism, and hiring of relatives, and the most ones that we follow is the PPM policy. In addition, we also documented indicating that we will continue monitoring, making sure that these don't happen. Also, overqualified applicants, Ado college graduates, Ecuador, written summary in Ado, the executive summary under attachment B is a process of filing claims and explaining the difference between what ONLR does and then what Navajo Nation Labor Commission does. And I don't know a budget revision of the summary for the attachment C, which was under the Navajo Office of Vital Records, who coordinated with the Office of the Controller's Office. The last one on the written summary regarding our revisit is the Office of Background Investigation, attachment D. We did see some minor corrections that needed to be made on our budget form 3s. We did make those slight corrections and we did send those back off to OMB. So as far as the revisit, the peso nagaje ado, we weren't asked to make any changes, so I think those are okay. But really the concerns from some of the programs of their operation, and we provided that written summary, like I said, that we were going to do. The other thing that I've also attached with this, our summary report, is that we were able to, honorable delegates, how many of our employees did retire from each division. RDC, and so I'll be getting on that call. And I did send a list of each division of how many of those individuals had retired and what are the next steps of advertising these positions. So back in probably like about a couple months ago, as a division director of Division of Human Resource, I did inform our divisions throughout the duration of this to if they could reevaluate their personnel, which some are doing, some are still doing. We're working with each of them. We did have some that eliminated some positions and then some that are being in the process of reclassifying. And as far as advertisement, if you look at that list, you look at under our division of human resources, I believe I have a total of 15 that had retired. And a lot of those 15 from each of the programs, my task is to talk to the program managers that are on the line. Can you get somebody else with other skills and knowledge to replace them with that individual? Or they kind of do their own recruitment. Or do you want us to advertise this position? If you want us to advertise this position, you have to update the PCQs. So we can advertise it. If you can hire somebody before that person retires by September 30th, that person can cross-train the new individual that's coming in. So we understand that sometimes there's a lengthy process, but the sooner our programs and our divisions work with DPM, they can put it on the board right away. But there are some positions that were abolished. And right now, just like as of this morning, I got a call from DNR and they indicated, we understand we abolished this position, but can we reinstate it? Not that so that when you're going to reinstate, yet they have to understand it takes time to get it back into the system. It shouldn't take that long, but these are some of the reasons why we ask for each of the division to reevaluate their personnel. But in our end, I think we'll be okay as long as we get some advertisements going. We're looking at getting some interviews started. Some of them are already happening. But I think this is just one thing that I wanted to share. I think other honorable delegates were requesting for this. So we did share this with the HES committee members and also RDC. And I did inform our chief of staff to share it with legislative personnel. So that's our brief report on the revisit of the exhibits on the summary that we were requested and that we indicated that we were going to send to you all, minor corrections. And we're looking forward to any other questions that you may have. And I also have my managers on the line.
Yeah, the two committee members. The revisit now is before the committee. Do you have any questions, comments? Committee members, are you still reviewing?
Chair.
Okay, I'll recognize Honorable Edison Winika, and then after that, Honorable Pernell Haluna.
Thank you.
Priscilla?
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. And Fowler, appreciate the presentation. Last time I just commented the division for as far as the relationship with people that are coming into the office, So I really appreciated that. But there's one other thing that sometimes is always a question is when applicants submit their documents to the office, especially those that have just recently graduated from college. And a lot of times the response from the personnel is
you don't have experience. Of course, they don't have experience. They just get coming out of college, and it's really disheartening to keep hearing that. How in the world are they going to get experience if they're not given a chance? That's always a concern, and and they end up, we talk about brain injury, and sometimes we're the cause of that by not working with our people. So so I just want to relate that, and I'm going to be coming to your office, following with an individual that's experiencing some problems with the personnel department. With that, for here.
Okay, Honorable Halona, you have the floor.
So thank you, Chair, and committee members. Good morning, everybody on the line. Or Dr. Fowler, good morning. I just wanted to find out. I know Dr. Yellman had expressed some interest in having permanent positions at the chapter houses, pretty much for equipment operators and maintenance personnel. Has anybody worked on that with you in your office? So we decided that we're going to create some other positions for the chapters so that they can have operators that are paid a good wage so that we can keep them, for one thing. And so this is a couple things that I want to find out. Has anybody been working on that? And then also, as well as are the chapters going to have a budget for the extra salary for those positions, or how are we going to work this out? Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, honorable committee members. Any other questions for Dr. Fowler? Not, then from the chair, I'd like to pose the question regarding the reclassification for the CHRs. I know previously there was quite a bit of discussion on that. And we're just wondering when that reclassification would occur. We still understand that there's about 21 vacancies, and the CHRs are a vital link to the Navajo Nation's healthcare system and the delivery of that care services. So with that, Sitsui, Dr. Fowler, you have the floor. Please mute your phones, whoever. If not, okay, Mr. Mose, wherever you detect that background noise, mute that particular person. Thank you.
Okay, Shache, Shana, Nadine, Kitty, Shaja, to Mr. Wanika's question, need Shana, Hashine, La, Nakashina, Tilke, came that in Niliki, you don't have experience, Tabidi, no, Ado Abehan Nasi, according to Hikwa and the Nebelka Hotzokas, and give them the experience, Jashi as tran des na khejtan des je ohido aro di ni da is khaita binedo tskilon da nado tsoni ye eta hosen de shno ko ati ebes shna ko eshin ko do department of personnel management in lini khajo be besna hoton ni ti ado tabeton nena khajo sato experience it any sato papan took case within our program. With Dr. Yellman expressing some positions for the chapters kodo ai ta ye san hes ye na has netente. Jo budget lini pepansalat. The budget does go through the DCD. So if they're wanting additional personnel, they can do that, but they have to create the budget from their end. I am aware of some positions, and we did make some recommendation maybe to the point to some of these division can reclassify some of their positions to new positions that the positions that they are seeking. We understand that there does need to be some heavy equipment operators that are needed, and they want to go outside and reach to us in advertising and getting people on board. We are looking at some upcoming job fairs that are coming. I'm hoping by tomorrow, we at least have a draft flyer. We are working with all the division, even DODI and the DCD, Social Service, Department of Health. They are looking for positions right now, and we tell them that if they can provide a staff member to us that can do the qualification interview on site, even if they could hire on site, that will be great. So we do have, I know the Chi'i chapter, Honorable Paul Begay, you did request for the Chi'i chapter. Our DPM recruitment team are working with the Chi'i. So they did set a date and time for that, and we will include that in the flyer. So again, we will work with them on the chapter, the budgeting, some of the recommendations that we've made, again, that lays with our DCD program. And I will make contact with Dr. Yellowman again as well. Kitty, a lot of the reclassification that are being made or that are in the process with CXRs, we're in support of a lot of these reclassification, and all the way down to what Mr. Halona also indicated, budget-wise, salary-wise. You know, those are some things that we want to make happen, that we want to make work. But then again, we are relying on the division and the program managers to bring up the reclassification forms. No, it kind of makes it hard for us, and they say, well, we're still working on it. I think if they set one person aside from there that will work in DPM, that may be helpful, because I know that's what Department of Public Safety also recommended, but that's a discussion that we also can have, to where one person from each of those divisions, you know, specifically focuses on that program. So there are some that are going through some reclassification, not only the title, but also the salary amount. So we are doing the best we can with the short amount of people we have. I know with DPM, we have some that are doing double duties, but you know, we just can't just let it sit there. We got to keep going. But that's part of our job, and we'll continue to do the best that we can. The adult kitty.
Okay, Lon, see, committee members, any follow-up questions?
Yes, Chair.
Oh, Honorable Wanika, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee. I just want to do a follow-up on my question regarding experience. I know the personnel with personnel, I guess they comply with the personnel policy manual, and I think that experience is cited in there. Maybe what we can do is make an amendment to help the personnel department. So I know they have to comply with the policy. Sometimes I think it makes it hard for them to deviate from that. So based on that, I would like to make a request that we look at the personnel policy manual regarding experience. Maybe we can make some amendments to that, make it easier for the staff to work with the applicants in reference to experience. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Chair and Shana, we're in agreement with that, and we're open to that, and we can draft some wording for your review. Thank you.
Yes, perhaps, and to give some guidance, a substitution of education for work experience. And that would be, I guess, dependent on each of the divisions where that position would apply. Committee members, remind me which division basically was adding a human resource position? Was it the Division of Health? Ms. Benali, do you recall?
No, I don't, Mr. Chair. I'm looking through my notes.
Okay, I think it was Dr. Jill Jim that presented that, and so we'll see how that pans out. But again, the committee, rather than issuing a directive or issuing a legislative concern, with Dr. Fowler's positive response, we can just proceed forward. We can schedule a meeting to address this particular part of amendments to the personnel policy procedures. What AILA committee members? Otherwise, we could make it as a goal statement for the division. In addition to what was already listed in their goal statements as what will be part of the FY22 assessments. Committee members, Chair is seeking guidance.
Chair, I agree with you. I think it'll be good to make it a part of the goal statement so that we can, without question, address it. I think if we don't make any type of recommendation, they might just continue to be unaddressed. So I agree with you. Let's make it a part of the goal statement.
That's Lorna. I agree with Renika. We should do that so we don't lose track of it.
Mr. Chair, Dr. Fowler. Here.
Oh, thank you, committee members. Otto, Dr. Fowler, you have the teleconference floor.
In our FY 2022 goal statement, our goal statement number 1 reads, Division of Human Resource Program shall have current and appropriate policies and procedures. Our measure is review and if necessary, update the policies and procedures of at least one program each year. So under our Division of Human Resource Administration and under Department of Personnel Management, I can make this pretty much a directive from our end to DPM as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Satsui, Dr. Fowler. Appreciate that positive feedback. Committee members, any other questions, statements, comments?
Yes, Lorna.
Honorable Halona.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, Dr. Fowler, if you could make that on your end, so we could do both on both sides to make sure we get to have these policies enacted. To make a directive on your, appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
committee members? Uh, no additional comments. Then the chair would like to place something out there for the committee to consider and see what Dr. Fowler's thoughts are on the issue. 2 years ago, and I can't remember the year that it was instituted, that a lot of the program managers and supervisors were classified or reclassified as at-will employees. And in that respect, does the at-will classification basically cause employees to not be willing to go the extra mile, make their programs, their departments be more conducive to upgrading the services to the Navajo Nation people?
Yes.
And could we have
Yes.
okay. And committee members, what we're experiencing is when we make controversial statements or statements that the listeners don't agree with, there is this aspect of making background noise. And that's where we have to really, the participants, please, we are the policymakers, and what we're trying to do is improve services from the mother government to as we deliver services. And some of it you may not agree with, but please refrain from disturbing the committee's processes. And again, there are certain individuals that do that, and certainly don't condone it, and it's not adding to the debate and discussions. The folks on the line, please understand that. Now back to what I'm, could we, Dr. Fowler, could we have a statistical review of the Navajo Nation employees, all the way across from what the chapters have to every program, department, and division? How many have been converted to at-will employees? And it may take an anonymous survey. And there is this aspect of lines of authority. That's almost a military type of concept. And yet, for the Navajo Nation, the first thing that's brought up is we operate under a system of keh. And that line of authority is basic affront to the concept of keh. We listen to everybody in the room. Keh. And so, Dr. Fowler, and you basically also espouse to that aspect of keh. We got to have keh in the workplace. But this other concept of line of authority, this concept of at will, they're kind of like issues that are in opposition. And how do we get past that particular aspect? Some people embrace at will. And at the same time, employees may feel like their hands are tied, their mouths are taped over, they can't say or do anything. That is opposite of what a program supervisor, program director, a department supervisor, director, a division director. Their concepts may add to the actual aspect of delivery of services to the Navajo Nation services. This at will concept. And if we need to and give us a review of the numbers, and as we go forward, how do we then get input from the employees that are now classified as at will? Committee members and Dr. Fowler.
So can I respond, Che?
Oh, so go ahead.
Oh, Yana Che. What na adin kidi do only yaha da o hayu a professional at will, no the political at will da. Ha ila astis nila jo bohidish ashi ni zi ako adan wish dan ko jisto o yui sapato but what eda sa e ani din they embrace it ko halet e khajo da inisto le an le dan ikiti nenela oyo sato opa aten oyo nails do the neta has tweeda sani silkeji keda ndal do sandal nish ado we're walking on eggshells that I know that I see he test in tan he la that I know that ko o you a kodo khalait a hut ben hastala khela a no khalait ana askhala jobin when zi ado e kha ile nalsos kodobik edalia johot ahiki pa na atikit ako ni AD balaganek a survey ne hajon denon il ado edesnida edesnida abi in the dot il so pan sesekes ako di survey wel yanigi la alyada bohnetza ado do insenda do deslisi dan ni do na hotla o kwande dina tani itlenigi supervisor, manager, director, division director, executive director, etalate, not anish chin tatabet ojenigi, that it's a hajon dabet nestran, yat di it his twisani till keji kane lini, nachade nish ba, washia. Jonat ani jeno quado quadokna and kin holonle. Di it nanish di it ben and kin di it ni hit the end lini hot be a cut a nail what. Jo and the ba then a shibe na atish kaho. Oni yane da hard that you did nisha. Di qua ananish nas, la de qua ananish de ben and honey de lato be. Na ho adoshit on nida. Oko belaganik a orientation dishne. Oko show la ban adenla. Oko hashine last twisani till kate and lini itabet eastnen. Adat ahot bebel nahasnet. Jo ban aden. Oko she says zide go kododik at nana adech na hojish. As a division director, we need to have the proper orientation for our supervisors, managers, directors. Akodi at will, there's a good side to it, and then there's a bad side to it. Johot ada tsela ben dan hidit nes khana khojot akhadet dolni. Ado dina tani leni shi Allah khas zin zani ata holla osto shishik aho grato shishik aho shidi nidi it dan nini to holla adon le bandan nishi yil ishja il en khodo ot sad leni oyo den no ye et shisho en yil I akko na chol ya khodo jo ben da bedet nes khao contract Josh Echid Jo Jukota to sad jono kodo aga it aida ke yon netlo di kwa anan shi basla do bas ya at eho khojo anan at ko neyotli akwende Jo October 2017 that she at will ado o yula dan long la dan long kodo denishi ani Echni don hizad leni ajibitandi kakodats hajo hidini zendole nakhanda deshito deni zendo bete to nihito zendole jo kwa oyo pa atenile ko at in hit in khanda nishi oyo ilchete kaini zen ko kwa estedo niljo atsone be estenal ile edik edi nini that isn't not time to hear. Jo kodo ni hito na khas, la ni hito kodo na khanda ni hish nosen. AAD could just survey ilya godat. Show tapan says case. Ni keba at then. Late anat anin shlini late ashido ohidish shidot not ani shon kwa shidot nsen. Jo honini it then. I know that DPM has a report, and I'm really interested into seeing that report, and we can put it back together. And my recommendation in moving forward is have a work session. Have a work session, and these are the survey questions that I'd like to pose and through to our Navajo Nation people, what their thoughts are, and then come back and regroup. Maybe we put some other stipulation, maybe we go to plan A, plan B, Ashto ingo dona nishosh out up at the deal cardle how she is donly. Share what up man says cash che you going to see Casey at will Yenny. Ado professional at will just all tahi all ye. Ado the union that's on that kedanjo condemn here we're not an industry. She na harden sheet he the she would landa according to ya eat na oyon hits it case. Ist edod nitlo ot job an sisi keso beni ye he kegodo na adik hidido be it eating ho. It takes a lot of education ani akor satoshi be de shwat os hot edo sato ben hit ilstan edil nilo ba hidi kahot ada be hilda da hodilne jo eight ashe ados nados ashe yaj hot ek ebedak ist adonilo ot Halan hidden ein jono na nishbele kes lado le ya akhalya dole na nishlini e ma at be jaet be it ato hashi yoteton es bosado le jo eni he or ihlin de koja policy lin be hit zagadash echit edole jo eda ohin et kodo a meme by a del ke an hin tag kesen Nich na hat an den be sitini zindo ben hier in nasalani do binalia dat ya ananat echo ende ban test case la konde ge otla o you il atat do jo kwado oyo sata oyo nan aye sente jo el ya go shin ado da do on so go shin be hanasi do le he na adin kidish che Kondin jono shi ito nito she o bakachanansen do ist adol nito lahoda undo kasen de shi undo kasol do ada be hoti hon so shi bet nasi do lesh che ha
Yeah, Sitsui. Committee members, what are your thoughts about the concept and then the response from Dr. Fowler?
Chair,
Honorable Wanika, you have the floor.
thank you, Chair, members of the committee. I appreciate the response by Dr. Fowler, and I'd like to go with her recommendation to have a work session. And I really feel, this at will is a concern. And to me, we don't need to go through all that. I think, to me, the biggest problem we have is the leadership at the division and program. If the leadership, the directors and the managers were very, if they were aware of the responsibility that they have, and then also the tools that they need to run programs, I think we won't need to talk about at will or contracts or whatever, because now in this video, so the providing that leadership. So the ask the shape of reason or fixed up on such a case. So it out ahead of the ask on the case. A question now we have to come up with these types of systems at will that they know one day on one medical. A call quite a all Winston. So I think it'd be good to have a work session on this, Chair. Thank you.
Test committee members, do I have additional comments on this?
Sure.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I have a comment on unrelated matter, but it's still within human resources, so I can wait until we conclude this section.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Based on Dr. Fowler's response, then we would look to looking at the training concepts and who would be the participants. And again, the thought of having the folks that are under this new concept of at will. I don't know how to best set up a survey where they could submit their thoughts and comments anonymously, but would be part of gathering data. And that data would be as a basis on whether we continue or modify this at will concept. In a lot of ways, the Navajo Nation personnel system is based on the federal system, the U.S. Civil Service personnel system. And that happened years ago. And at this point in time, there was that modification of including at will. And so that aspect, I'd really like the committee to look at it to see how whether there would be modifications. With that, rather than putting it as a legislative concern, we will set up a workshop separate and apart from the budget hearing. Potato committee members. With that, we'll move on to Honorable Carl Slater's request to address the revisit. Honorable Slater, go ahead.
Thank you, Shania, Chair. My question is, I guess, to the committee and then to the program, would you be supportive of the program doing a housing survey on employee housing needs for this next fiscal year? And what would be the best way to accomplish that in this budget? I'm not sure it's going to take more financial resources, but should we put it as a legislative concern, get assurance from the program or from the division? I'm looking for some guidance, Chair, but I think that we always talk about employee housing needs and building, housing for folks at either our growth centers or where their government offices are located. To my knowledge, I'm not sure the government's ever really done anything about it. So maybe we can use this as data to substantiate housing development in those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Slater. We could enlist two divisions. The Division of General Services and Human Resources. I think all of us realize that there are Navajo Nation employees that their work site is Window Rock, but there's some that commute from Tuba City, Chinle, Kayenta, Shiprock, from Crown Point to go to their job site in Window Rock. Number one, because there is the lack of housing. So yes, how? I guess the other is the concept of separating the housing rental payments, the employee housing payments, to develop a fund. Could be monies to construct new houses, new apartments, duplexes. Honorable Slater, those are some most immediate response from the chair regarding your question and comment. And then, so in that aspect, then to the balance of the HES committee members, what are your thoughts in this discussion point?
Yeah, Shiche, Kodona, Kitty, Shiyaj, Mr. Slater, thank you. When I was asked to bring people back to our Navajo Nation, hire people back, our biggest problem is our housing infrastructure. We don't have housing for them, but I really would like for our division, again, one thing that's really helpful to us is surveying our employees, and we can set it up where they're anonymous, because we recently did one through our program regarding how they're measuring, they're practicing their safety protocols and measures within the division. So we did do that. So that's some kind of mechanism that we could utilize. But I would like to collaborate with the Division of General Services, because they too also have employees that commute quite a bit. And I'm pretty sure that they have data and information of how many of our Navajo Nation employees are using the transit system, because General Service will have that information. We are in need of housing infrastructure, because if we're bringing people back, they don't want to move back with their moms or their grandparents. They want a place of their own. So I'm open to that discussion. I really think that we do need to collaborate with the other division of General Service. So I think General Service does have that report as well, but I'm not sure, but we are open to collaborating with them. And thank you, that's just pretty much my response. But we can help, we can assist with some surveys that are needed, and to see how far people are commuting to work, because we do have some that work, that live in Window Rock, that work in Shiprock. We do have some that commute from Tuba City into Shiprock, so and we're not, and then it's housing is also up is naleta apin shkata no ila akonde, sato it's apana they need, but we do need housing for our employees as well. And then also that's pretty much my response. Nasi Chedo, Shiaj, Honorable Slater, thank you.
Okay,
Chair
answer,
Malona?
please. Honorable, let me go back to Honorable Slater first, and then go to Honorable Halona. Honorable Slater, follow-up, question, comment, discussion?
Thanks. I guess I would ask our attorney, if they're listening, to draft this as a legislative concern to perform a housing survey in coordination with DGS for this next year, and we can add that to their legislation. So yeah, that would be my ask. I'm not sure the suggestion that you had, Chair, about using the rental income from the existing employee housing, I think that's all put back into maintaining that housing stock. I'm not sure it's enough to construct new housing, but I think if we can use this, it could incentivize communities to set aside land for housing developments. And I mean, that's what I'm envisioning, not giving people free scattered site housing, because folks are going to say, well, why are you giving people who already have jobs housing when we have people who need I don't know. But thank you, Chair. That's my thought right now.
Okay. And a lot of that going forward would be dependent on the survey that Dr. Fowler has put on the table. Thank you. Honorable Halona, you have the teleconference floor.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. Dr. Fowler. My viewpoint as far as the at-will employees, the part about it, enacting it, it really affected the people that were already working and they had been placed on that program as far as at will. And so those are a lot of complaints that are coming from those people. I guess that's where I see it. But that at will is a valuable tool for the managers, for the people who are supervising. I think it's a valuable tool that can be used properly. I think the part about how the people that weren't on that process, or whatever you want to call it, of course they didn't like it when they got placed on it, but it's a valuable tool that some managers and supervisors can use, as well as directors. So you put a survey out there, you know what's going to happen. It's going to come back all negative, that they don't agree with it, they don't like it. So I don't know anybody that would say, yeah, it's a good idea, if they were an at-will employee. In the first place, when they apply for those positions, now, today, they're told that that's an at-will position and that they can get fired, terminated for any reason. And it's their decision whether they're going to come to go and accept that employment or pass it up. And so those are my thoughts right now as far as at will. I think it was in the beginning, it was determined that it should be a good tool for the directors and employees to use. But enacting it was hard to do because there were those employees who were permanent employees from the Navajo Nation. They were changed to at will employees, so they didn't have a choice when it was implemented. But they have a choice today that applies to those positions. They know it's going to be an at will position, and if they want to take that responsibility on, then that's up to the employee. So those are my thoughts as far as at will employees. And then as far as the housing is concerned, I do understand that we do need housing all across the Navajo Nation. The part that bothers me is that we shouldn't be responsible for having to build those houses. On the outside world, people build apartment buildings, they build homes, subdivisions, sell it back to the people or rent it out to the people. We need to have some of our people step up to put those infrastructures in place. But our laws, the way we have everything set up, the 164 process and approving these things with home site leases, business site leases, take forever, take too long. And I know a lot of people who had tried to create businesses. But after 5 or 6 years of battling all that paperwork and battling the Navajo Nation to try to get an establishment set up, they give up. And so I think that, we need to try to empower our people somehow to have them go out and create these housing suburbs or apartment buildings or whatever, and they can make a living off of it. So that's my input as far as housing is concerned as well. Thank you, Chair. Solid.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Committee members, any other comments, discussion on the revisit to human resources budget?
So, Chair?
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. Which attorney is staffing us today? Can they identify themselves?
Chad Beta is present, and also Ron Hayden, also his office, but he's here.
Okay. Well, I guess my ask is, can they draft a legislative concern to have the Division of Human Resources and the Division of General Services collaborate on a housing survey in fiscal year 22?
All right, I'll work on that. Delegate, Slater?
Yes, sir.
This is Ron Haven here. I have a request for legislative concern to be drafted. Will be directed towards Division of General Services and Division of Human Resource to collaborate on the housing survey. And is there a particular time frame?
I would say
Honorable
by
Slater.
the end of the, or to have the report ready by the third quarter.
Okay, thank you.
Committee members, any other, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, that would be ready when we address the legislation to adopt the APM, the Human Resources budget. Is that
Yes, Chair. I just
okay
wanted to
with
make
you?
sure that was being worked on, so we don't have to waste time when we get to their budget on the legislation.
Thank you. Sheila, committee members, any other items to address in the revisit with human resources? Let me give the floor to Dr. Fowler one more time to see what her thoughts are on these items. So, Dr. Fowler?
Oh, Shite, Yanana, my thoughts on this is jo the dealnish, the dealnish, she that the dealnish, a con, Junahut Hilna, and the Shigi Atuna, chaos dot, a call legislative concern hit it. Nishi, I just want to make sure that we include employee housing. RGG is a passel, Nitli ko ado at and that ho one linigi na kanal shibe na hot e shent e ba khoni zen sto o you ho one ado ba da halno da khandat nishi e shi o haja opeltedation shiaj templatero aja a survey da di nito ado bench na hodone ado shje ye khatzi igi jo eda ani a hot hashin so edi well lini o you to but that eda ashi in jono it is on hajin de jo a kodo work session you need it was need the shini eshi to akot edole or ashi hil kadija yeah thank you honorable delegates and members of the HES.
How could Edo so with that, we really don't need any action. We've pretty much resolved the revisit. In that aspect, then we could move to the next item. Ms. Benali, the next revisit.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Number 5, double I, that's a 2, is the Department of Dene Education.
Sheila, Ms. Patricia Ghani, are you on the call? And then Ms. Linda Yazzie.
Chairman So, I am participating, listening in on Health, Education, Human Services Committee revisit of budget fiscal year 22. The DODI program division submitted a request for unmet needs, and we are on the revisit schedule to share information about that. We also have received a couple of questions for Office of Diné Youth. I do have Mr. Joseph Colity, our senior accountant, online with us. I also do have Denise Thomas, ODY's program manager as well. Good morning again, HES committee members.
Oh, yeah, Yazzie, thank you for being on the call. Okay, first revisit. Let's go with the net youth, and then we'll go to the unmet needs request. Miss Angelica Benali, am I in order with that aspect?
Mr. Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, when the HES conducted the budget oversight for DODI, they did request a revisit regarding the Diné Board of Education budget. There was a question that I recall that they had on that particular budget. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Back to you, Ms. Patricia Ghani.
Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Thank you once again for allowing us this opportunity to share the needs that we have in regard to unmet needs. I shared last week in our initial budget presentation to you an unmet need for various programs within DODI. While I know that we have Board of Education also being considered this time as part of revisit, I do want to emphasize the other programs' needs under the umbrella of unmet needs today. I mentioned with us last week that DODI administration is requesting an additional budget for the Navajo Education Information System technology. While we have presented an infrastructure request for this same project under the ARPA budget, there are additional needs here internally at DODI to help us launch the implementation and to get the Navajo Education Information System up and running. So we do have a budget request. I believe Joseph Colity has sent to your attention the new and updated template. Furthermore, we also under DODI administration have a request for a senior accountant position within the administration. Last week, this was presented as a position under the Office of Diné Accountability and Compliance Office. We do see the value to have this added position to help push forward some of the critical functions that we see within Department of Diné Education that places us closer to working more collaboratively and closer with our schools, where the compliance for audits, and then also improving the financial practices and working alongside those school leaderships is very key. And then also we have been in communication with you and Board of Education about Department of the Education's move toward the actualization of becoming a state education agency. And so as we look toward those goals, we do have a need for this critical position here, and there is a request in the budget for that. Third item that we have on the agenda is a request for additional personnel under Office of Navajo Nation Library. And that is to take care of 2 library assistant positions, funding to be availed for a tribal vehicle, an addition of new books to the library's collection, and professional development fees and membership fees. We do have a great mission to expand on the current services that we have under the Navajo Nation Library. Furthermore, we did secure a $53 million E-rate grant, which is allowing us to have a build out of fiber optic lines to chapter houses, and then also Navajo Head Start centers. Specifically for the chapter house sites, we are placing these fiber optic lines out there so that we can have digital libraries. And we do have a need for staff to assist in monitoring, making sure that we are checking in with the sites across Navajo Nation. As you know, we cover a great many miles inland here on Navajo. We want this to be successful. It is crucial to compliance for grants. And so we do have that budget proposal and an amount request under unmet needs. For Office of Scholarship and Financial Aid, we do have a shortage in funding in the sales tax revenues in the amount of 3.5 million. And so we do have a request before you, HES committee members, to consider funding this, which would allow serving 1,200 full-time students and part-time vocational and graduate students. Year to year, we receive X number of applications from our students attending higher institutions of learning and then vocational programs. We don't fund all of them. And so this would allow us to fund this many more students in the fiscal year 22. Last of all, the revisit was to get some calculations in place so that we have equitable funding under unmet needs for the Board of Education with its full membership to be able to have their stipends for special meetings. In years past, we've had about 6-7 member board members. Most recently with the appointments of some of our representations of seats on the Board of Education, we are now at the capacity of a full 8-member board, for which we are very grateful. However, we don't have the financial means adequately in place to compensate them for the extensive meetings that we look to them for their guidance and policies going forward. So Chairman So, this is the unmet needs budget presentation from Department of the Net Education. Ahiachinat ani no senigi di kodo beso bahuinet inigi do wo ked a di bech inata don nishigin le ganjit don no watch it. di ba ohako das leingi ya khadit ehko da ya khodo beson khabinane dot aligi ya nehini ked ado di ben that don nishogogi ya khodo ben ba na hosisne ado direct service yilnenigi nihidnen lenigi a khodo ye ado chui dol inligi alti nishanat ani no lenigi ado ya di konto do lef konto ba hasti do lef chairman so
Ms. Ghani, committee members. And Mr.
Chair? Oh, sorry.
Honorable Vice Chair, go ahead.
Thank you. With respect to the unmet needs budgets, we don't handle any of that here, right? That would be when the legislation goes to full council, because we'd have to do some maneuvering within the planning allocations to make that happen. Is that correct, or am I wrong?
In years past, we had included as part of the legislation so that in the end, there is a category for unmet needs, and it would go all into one sack per se for the whole Navajo Nation. And it would be good to be on record right from the get-go.
Okay. Well, I would support including it in the legislation, and if that can be drafted between now and when we consider the Doty legislation, I would ask that from our attorneys. And then I also have a couple comments to make when the time is available, Chair.
Mr. Joseph Dalty, the budget that Ms. Ghani referred to and Ms. Angelita Benali, has that been made available to the committee through PDF file?
Yes, I updated the PDF file. I just need to send it out through email. I can send it to Hexie or send it to one person in legislative to send out to all the council members. It's basically the exhibits updated. There were two changes made. One was the senior accountant moved from ODAC to Doty administration, and one was at the suggestion of council or Hexie, additional money for special meeting for Board of Education, and that amount came out to $80,000. So, two changes, and then an updated Exhibit A with a more thorough listing of all the fund type budget summary allocation amounts. So, and I have hard copies here. We need them immediately, but it's just an email away right now. So.
Thank you for that update. Yes, send out that to the HES committee, to Legislative Service and Legislative Council, Mr. Ron Haven. Committee members, any other comments and discussion?
And Chair, so Ela, can you repeat the question? This is Officer Legislative
Oh, Mr. Beta Chache, thank you for being on the call. Honorable Vice Chair Slater, could you reiterate the legislative concern? The basic thing is the legislation will include the addition of the unmet needs that Ms. Patricia Gani put before the committee this morning. And the exhibit to that unmet need request would be sent by Mr. Joseph Cadalti. Vice Chair Slater.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to issue a condition on appropriation to the Board of Education that they submit the, I think they made a recommendation, so we need that submitted over to our office for the new superintendent. And then I think another condition on appropriation needs to be finalizing the plan for 638ing the Navajo area, responsibilities to the Navajo Nation, and then creating a tribal education department. And then what's the final piece? Well, I think those are the main ones right there. And then including the unmet needs, yeah.
Real quick, this is Joseph Calty again. Our superintendent position is fully funded, until the new superintendent is accepted into the position through legislation and, all those channels. The acting superintendent is, using that personnel money, in that place. So when the acting superintendent leaves, that the new superintendent would assume the same account for personnel. So that's fully funded. We won't be requesting additional superintendent personnel money. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, that's not what I
Honorable-
was. Okay.
Yeah, that's not what you were talking about. Again, reiterate the legislative concern.
Thank you. The department has been engaged on a 638 contract and a study to bring the Navajo area office of BIE responsibilities and 638 that to the Navajo Nation. And it seems like it's stalled really without reason at this point, and it needs to be resumed because that is the will of this leadership. I believe the committee has been supportive of that, and we would like to examine it and help move it forward. So I don't know if this would be best as a legislative concern or a condition of appropriation. With the legislative concern or condition of appropriations that, within the first quarter, those activities be resumed. And then that's the main one right now, Chair.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair?
Mr. Haven, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm on the line with Mr. Beta here, and what we can do is under your Exhibit E, we have a form for unmet needs, and we can put the request there in respect to the 638 concern presented by Vice Chair Slater, and that the department needs to resume activities insofar as the 638 matters concerned within the first quarter of the next fiscal year. So we can do that, and I will work with Angelita Benali, your advisor on this one here. So I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Yeah.
And then the
Mr.
second
Haley,
part of that,
go ahead.
thank you, Chair. The
Vice
second
Chair.
part was having the Board of Education submit the superintendent selection to the committee for consideration to move forward with to council.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. And if necessary, going forward, Ms. Ghani, we would like to, if it requires an executive session with the Navajo Nation Board of Education, going forward, Mr. Kadalti divulged some information. Kind of let something out of the bag, and how will the Board of Education consider Mrs. Ghani's position within Department of Diné Education? And I wish to clarify, Honorable Slater's, there is the initiative that was from, I think, the 23rd Council, wherein there was an effort to seek, whether it be self-governance or a 638 contract, to assume the BIE administrative functions. And there was a consultant group that was hired to develop that proposal. When we first met in 2019, we had some good discussion. And so in that aspect, the committee is open to putting that item back on the table. And I guess the other part is there's conflicting views. There is the aspect of the tribal education department, and that's an item that's going to the U.S. Department of Education and not to the BIE or the BIA. So those two concepts, I guess there's conflicting views. And going forward, the Board of Education has need to address those. But as Honorable Slater has put on the table, the committee will be open to hearing from the consultant group on the contracting of the BIE administrative functions that exists within the Navajo area BIE education. And one of the reasons that really precipitates that is the fact that we had a letter that was forwarded to the committee on a finding that there may be exposure to uranium at one of the schools where there's the finding of uranium deposits or radiation. And the letter did not come to the nation, did not come to Hess. And a school board organization brought that to our attention. So the aspect of the government to government relationship is sorely, it's almost non-existent. Why? Because each of the, and I don't even know the proper title, there's been, within BIE, there's been 120-day assignments. And so we don't know exactly who's in charge, and we don't know exactly how they're administering some of their functions. And so that's a great concern. And how do we best correct it? If we're not getting this particular acknowledgement, then it's time we get BIE out of the way and the Navajo Nation work directly with the U.S. government. Because right now, what's existing isn't conducive to the proper delivery of education services and the proper safety protocols for the students, most especially at this particular school that exists in the Northern Agency. Committee members, and again, going forward, Board of Education and the Hess Committee has to look at how we're going to go forward. Tribal Education Department, the contracting of BIE administrative functions. So that clearly we need to resolve going forward. And that will entail separate and distinct meetings, committee members. Thank you for listening to the chair, and thank you to Vice Chair Slater for bringing that particular aspect. And Mr. Chatted City, Mr. Ron Haven, that legislative concern or condition of appropriation. Please work on that and coordinate with Vice Chair Slater on the wording. Thank you. Honorable Slater, is that what I'm asking of Office of Legislative Counsel? Is that appropriate with? Is that okay with you?
Yes, Chair. I guess I would disagree on one point in that the Education Department and the taking over the Navajo area responsibilities aren't necessarily within conflict, but in general, yes, that is exactly what I'm trying to get at. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Sheila. Committee members going forward. So we have two items. Address the unmet needs in as an amendment to the legislation, and then the expression of either a condition of appropriation or a legislative concern. And we may enlist the thoughts, Honorable Vice Chair Slater, enlist the thoughts of Chief Legislative Counsel on how to best position of whether it be a legislative concern or whether it would be a condition of appropriation. Thank you. Committee members, anybody else? If not, then...
Chair, I actually had one follow-up that I wanted to share if possible.
Sure, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you. This is directed to Ms. Ghani and also in particular to the Head Start program. And that is those I think was it programmatic agreements. I know they've been going around different chapters and requesting for them to pass resolutions in support of them so they can enter into them. I just have not observed an appropriate amount of support to the chapters to discuss these matters. And in particular at Lukachukai chapter, they really need the program to come back before them and discuss it. That they're going to have their chapter meeting on the 19th. And so it's my sincere request that you ensure that Head Start staff is there to discuss the legislation or the chapter resolution and the implications and all of that with the community. I'd really, really appreciate that. Second, I just want to make a general comment of support for our Department of General Education and everyone who works there. I think, this is a program that has seen declining budgets for years and years and years, and yet the demands and needs have only been increased from the program and from the department. So, it just reminds me of this tactic, and it's not our council or anyone else who initiated this, among us right now, but you say government is ineffective, but then you purposely underfund it so that it cannot perform the objectives you've tasked it with performing. And I think there's a big part of that plays into the politics of the Navajo Nation and to how we organize the education of our children and who has control over them and over the institutions that provide that education and who provides accountability and oversight. So yeah, I know it's not easy and you're a constant target. So thank you for what you do.
Thank you, Honorable Vice Chair. And yes, if there, and it depends on Department of Education. The aspect, and I know you have to coordinate with the Office of the President and Vice President on these budgetary items. And so you're instructed to submit a budget the same as last year. And so in my view, it starts with the OPVP. We're gonna do these wide area education initiatives. Then the Department of Education has to be given the green light to either increase the unmet need requests or increase and strategize for a supplemental appropriation. So those are some things that starts with the executive. And clearly with us, we can only include the unmet needs requests that the department brings before the committee. The small amounts that we included for increasing stipend and travel for the Navajo Nation Board of Education. That aspect is to try to ascertain better footing on educational sovereignty with the states, where the Board of Education can actually participate in those types of deliberations and discussions. So, Ms. Ghani, how do we, and certainly Honorable Cora Slater put it in a manner that is, I think the committee agrees that it goes back to the concept. We tell the children they're the greatest and best resource going forward, and yet they're you know, we don't demonstrate it as a government. We depend totally on federal funding, and in this general fund request, how do we best demonstrate it? Yes, we're doing asking for more money for scholarship, but at the Head Start to the 12th grade, we're not demonstrating it. It's totally dependent on BIE education funds. So that for me is where we're at. Ms. Ghani.
Nana, Honorable Slater, for those comments and bringing forefront the issues and concerns surrounding an adequate and sufficient education of our Navajo students here on Navajo Nation. I just wanted to offer some comments. First of all, the Tribal Education Department grant, TED grant, Iknigo Eya Dodi, Department of the Net Education, Yikahat the Lala, around to the year 2018. And the grant allows for tribal communities such as Navajo to investigate and explore ways that the tribal nation can exercise greater sovereignty and decision-making on how the Native students are educated. In our instance, particularly K-12 system. We do have a number of consultants who have done extensive and tremendous work to make recommendations as to how they best see Department of the Net Education actualizing itself and having a greater decision-making in the education of our children. And one of those ways is the 638 contract avenue, in which Department of the Net Education and the administrative functions in working with the schools would remain an arm under BIE. So that is what has been investigated, and some recommendations to move along those pathways has been set in motion. Meanwhile, we also have another avenue that has been investigated, explored, developed, Also, a lot of work placed into the Diné School Accountability Plan. In that avenue, my understanding is that the relationship would be directly placed with the U.S. Department of Education. Now, there are a few items that are still needing to be fleshed out in both of these avenues. But first and foremost, as I have asked our Board of Education and HES as well, what do we mean by Navajo Nation exercising its tribal sovereignty in education? What does that look like? How do we vest some specific administrative responsibilities with programs, divisions here at Navajo Nation level? In either of those cases, we still have to do much more work to further define that. And we have got to find a unified voice in how Navajo Nation will exercise its sovereignty in education, decision-making. One thing is for certain, the manner in which we have been funded through BIE and how we have followed their regulations for education, including the expectations around curriculum, standards, and assessment. We know that that has not worked for our students. Our students are behind academically. And so how do we infuse a different way of Navajo exercising its sovereignty over education? What is that innovative way of propelling our students forward so that they're not behind academically? I think those are some pretty foundational questions that we all need to discuss and agree upon as we move forth with that best possible avenue. I mentioned that there's 2 pathways that have been described and work has been done to develop 638 and DSAP as some possibilities. So I just wanted to provide that background in terms of the TED Grant initiative as to the options that we have. Ashin hin nahat adon hin tsakes beholni. Edi kwaigin halchin yaja uhidol athigit is the height aboned zampeln onnish. Hat ila benabedet nest do hay the ilago. Ado di behas ani bena an nishigi halet eya be ichilnail nishon halchin yaja nasto kahla. Ayet ege eya ochot adi student achievement data Janelle Ingo. And we have different sources. We have the NAEP, in which many of our schools participate. Every 4 years, we have trend data that is drawn down and studied to see how well our students are doing in comparison to same grade, same age peers across the nation. Same holds true for studies of the assessments, the annual summative assessments that our students participate in. We also should be looking at how our students fare on their ACT assessments as well. So there's a lot of work that is needed to support our students, support our schools, and change the way things that are being done, how we educate our students, what materials are used to educate our students. So indeed, there are differences of opinion as to how to get there. And so that we have work that we can provide the best possible guidance for our schools we need to have that unified understanding to move this forward. And for that, I'm very appreciative of some rekindled conversations for this very topic from Office of the President. Also, you as our oversight committee, you've been interested in the work session to have a conversation about this very item. And then also our work session that is scheduled with Board of Education for strategic planning about these very same matters as mentioned today. And so I'm very positive that we will soon have a clear direction for Department of Diné Education to move these issues forward and to address them. So for that, I'm very grateful to have the opportunity to give an update on these issues. Chairman So.
Committee members, back to you again. Committee members, going forward, perhaps we should look at the month of September, second week, third week, to host a discussion on the DSAP, the Tribal Education Department, and the possible contracting, 638 BIE administrative functions. That would be a thought. We have to resolve this issue. Otherwise, we're just tribal education sovereignty is just afloat. Whichever way the political wind blows, it goes in that direction. Whichever way and again, the original education policies were adopted in 1986, 85. And some of the issues that were apparent back then are still here. And I feel like it's up to the committee to make some decisive movement. Otherwise, 10 years down the road, we'll still be in the same dilemma. So committee members, we just have to make these bold moves at this point in time. Back to you, committee members.
Chair Solana?
Honorable Salona, you have the floor.
Good, Chair. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Ghani. I appreciate that, and committee members. I guess I don't know exactly how to state this, but this state agency education, this has been talked about. I found out it's been ongoing for over 25 years. Nobody's really made the move or made the push to really try to put this program together. There has been some research done through UNM, and I forget the lady that was doing the all the research on it, but she put together a program, and everybody keeps saying that, what is the program? What is the program? We don't know. What are they planning? How are they planning to do this? And a lot of that was coming from the school boards. They didn't want to go to this state agency-run education system. But as far as your comments, Chair, that maybe we need to push this forward somehow, because you're right. 10 years from now, we're going to be talking about the same thing like we were talking about it. They had been 25 years ago. And how do we best move forward to bring better education for our children? We've had a lot of trouble through the years about how some of the boards have not been there to help the schools to move forward. We developed a 638 contract where some of the schools have gone off on their own. And some of those schools are making it really good. They're doing a good job. They have a high rate of graduation and successful students. That needs to spill over to the other BIA schools. It takes a strong leadership from the top. Imagine the director, superintendent, schools is going to be the one who's going to have to make a commitment to push this through. And it's not going to happen overnight. It's going to be a commitment of over 5 to 10 years to make sure that this system gets set up and is running effectively to educate our students. So I think we have talked about it long enough. We need to implement some directives to make this happen and just get us started in that direction. So really my comments right there. I think back in 2019, when this first came up, we had the conference over at 66 Casino with all the superintendent, the board members, the school board members that all attended. At that time, they were all in agreement that something needs to happen, but nobody's pushing this through. And since then, Tommy Lewis has been gone. We haven't had a permanent superintendent. I don't know if they're still out there searching for one. I hope they are. But whoever comes into this position needs to understand that, hey, we want to make a move into this new education system for our kids so that we can try to get them better educated, have some more better monitoring as far as their progress, and that they go to college and instead of dropping out after the first year or first semester because they don't have the skills to continue. These things have been talked about several times, and we need to make some really big, bold moves to make sure it happens. I'm open to your comments, Chair So, that we should push it somehow, that something needs to change, because we're just spinning our wheels, and I'm not really in favor of that. So those are my comments on that, SEA. Thank you, Chair. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Honorable Halona. Committee members, any other discussion to this aspect for revisiting the consultants that developed the proposal to move forward, as well as the DSAP and the Tribal Education Department? The committee would host discussions on that. the various entities. In the month of September, the committee will schedule that. So I would say the revisit on Department of Education is concluded, unless, of course, committee members want to add some other items. Okay, we're concluded. Ms. Angelita Benali, which other item is which other item did we schedule a revisit with on? Ms. Benali?
Mr. Chair, do you mean after the Department of Dene Education?
Yes,
the
I
next
would
one?
say that.
Oh, okay, the following one, the third one would be the Division of Social Services.
Okay.
Okay, and if I could, I know it's like during the lunch hour, but if the committee could take like a break, like about maybe an hour after the revisits, after the reports, before new business on getting to the legislations, because Legislative Council and I are going to meet on the legislative concerns that were expressed that need to be amended into the particular legislations as an amendment, so that it can be written and included.
Okay. So we have Division of Social Services, and then after that, the Division of General Services. Am I correct?
After Division of Social Services, I have Division of Health. And then the
Okay.
last one is the Division of Social or General Services, I'm sorry.
Committee members, what are your wishes? You want to continue on the revisits, or do you want to take a break?
Chair.
Honorable Vice Chair Slater, go ahead.
Thank you. I would support us getting through the revisit so that staff and the attorneys have everything before them, and then we can take a break.
Okay.
I
All right.
do.
Fukushima, let's go to the revisit on Division of Social Services.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. This is Deanna Neswigishi, Division of Social Services Executive Director. We have submitted a written report. It was submitted this morning regarding the questions that were raised regarding the revisits. Chair, I'd like to just sort of peruse the documents instead of reading the entire document. I can have any questions after as well. So it is a report for the Navajo Nation Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. We made a spelling error. It's supposed to be submitted by Division of Social Services. On page 2, we have a table of contents. One of them being Department and Program FY 2021 accomplishments. We also have a summary sheet, which is the impact of using the data port and the tribal assistance system, which is the electronic case management database. Also request is a summary sheet on the facility and home visit for the elders. The next summary sheet is for the domestic violence shelters. The next summary sheet is for the Title IV-E reimbursements and the impacts. And the last summary sheet is regarding the ARPA fund reimbursements. Mr. Chair, those were questions raised from Monday's budget hearings, so I just want to go over them quickly. Page 4 is the Division of Social Services written accomplishments.
Ms. Neswood Gishi,
Yes,
Miss Angelita Benali, has that particular documents and attachments been sent out to the HES committee? I don't see it in my inbox. Committee members, did you receive the documents that Ms. Neswood Gishi is referring to?
Mr. Chair, if I could ask Ms. Gishi, who would be the author, or who would be the person who's sending the email out with the information?
yes, Angelita, that would have been sent by Ms. Brenda Sosi, who is our lead for these sessions for the budgets.
Okay, she sent several of them. What time would she have sent the particular document you're referring to?
Mr. Chair, this is Brenda Sosi. Can I respond to that?
Yes, you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. The report that Deanna Neswick Gishi is referring to was sent out on 10/21. Okay, it was 10/24 it was sent out to everyone, to the committee members. And it would be from me. Then I have another one, which is for the child care centers, the budget that was sent on at the final copy on at 11:12 a.m. So there's 2 sets that went out. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sosi. Committee members, for me, it appeared in the box that is labeled with attachments. At the 10/24 and the 11/12. The 10/24 one is the report that Ms. Neswick Gishi initiated, and the second one is from Robert Willie, and with Office of the Controller, and from, again, Robert Willie, talking about the revised budget schedules, committee members. Did you find yours? Committee members, did you pull up the report?
Yes.
I have it, Chair.
Okay, let's proceed, Ms. Neswood Gishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. I apologize for not alerting that it was already sent and given the time that it was submitted. And so I did go through our introduction to table of contents. On page 4 of the document, it talks about the Office of Executive Directors, major accomplishments, and that was reviewed when we had our meeting on Monday. So I'd like to move on to page 5 of 27, which is Department for Self-Reliance. And so that report was provided by Mrs. Roxanne Gorman, Department Manager 3. The TANF had served an average of 3,504 families and 7,940 children, totaling benefits being paid of $19,054,350. And they also provided the school clothing and supply incentives. And this is specifically out of the TANF block grant. This is not the Navajo School Clothing Program. They had served 1,509 families and 2,962 children, totaling $740,500. They also provided winter assistance. And so the winter assistance is an additional $150 during the months of December, January, and February to offset the additional heating costs for the TANF recipients. So that is listed. They also provide graduation assistance, individuals who are TANF recipients who graduate, and it's not just from high school, it could be college. And so they did provide that incentive as well. So the Department for Self-Reliance was open during the period of when we were going through this pandemic. They did have the families being serviced during that time. And they also provided an extra $150 per month per benefit group to offset, because the families are required to do work participation hours. And so because they were not permitted to do the work activities, even going to college, and some had part-time jobs, is where this would, the $150 per month per benefit group was provided to the families during the pandemic. On page 6 of 27 is the Navajo Indian Child Welfare Act program. The position is currently overseen by a delegated program manager 2. I'm currently doing interviews for this position as we speak. There are accomplishments listed on there from July 2020 to June 2021. They have an average of 469 active cases involving 919 children. And these are cases within 25 states. So their main, or the highest caseload, is from Arizona with 212 cases involving 408 children. New Mexico has 75 cases involving 142 children. Utah has 39 cases involving 83 children. So those are the 3 highest states that our ICWA program works with. Between the months of July 2020 and June 2021, on average, 412 children have maintained placement with relatives or have reunified with their parents, and 32 are placed in a non-relative Native American home. The Indian Child Welfare Act received a total of 1,211 new referrals from state social service agencies. And accomplishment 4, the ICWA social workers have attended 1,321 court hearings. Again, these are within 25 different states, meaning that they are on different time zones. So they normally don't work the regular 8 to 5 because the courts may have a court hearing at 8 a.m. And if that's in a different time zone, then the workers would have to adjust to those timeframes. On page 7 is the Developmental Disabilities Program, and that report was provided by Frida White. She is the program manager. She did indicate that the Department of Disabilities from the state, they do work collaboratively with the state as far as helping with families. So there's one example in their attachments where the family had smoke damage and DDD helped replace appliances, and there is an article that is attached after this report. The developmental disability assisted 195 is their average caseload, and they did help complete CARES hardship applications so that those members were able to get additional funding to help with it. They also are fully electronic because they are working directly with the state system. So they no longer have any paper records. They're all, it's a paperless program at this point. And this is where the rest of Division of Social Services is looking at how can we also become paperless and do electronic case management. The staff also rolled out the new person-centered service planning document. And so those trainings are provided by the state of Arizona. And so on page 8, 9 are the actual stories of where they did, our DD personnel had also collaborated with the state. On page 10 of 27 is a report from the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families. And this report was provided by Antoinette Miller, who's a program manager 1. And so she provided a report as far as they provided therapy services to 2,255 children or families residing on the Navajo Nation. The number of intakes completed was 107. They also have traditional services that are provided. So they do Western treatment as well as traditional treatment services. Their accomplishment too is they also have the MSPI project, so they provide those services. Total number of individuals that receive prevention services for the quarter was 1,053. MSPI is the Meth and Suicide Prevention Initiative. This is where the traditional counselor and the community involvement specialist conducted 57 public service announcements as well as radio forums. Accomplishment 3 is the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families outpatient service guide has received final approval. The guide was distributed and is being implemented by the staff, the clinical staff. The last accomplishment is listed as they ordered new computer software and hardware to facilitate the implementation of a new electronic case management system. The program will be training in the month of September on the new database system, meaning next month. Mr. Chair, on page 11 of 27, there was an email prior regarding what services are out in the Eastern Agency. There was concern that there wasn't enough outreach in the community. So on page 11 of 27, Mr. Chair, is how the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families is working out in Eastern agencies. So this is specifically to an email, I believe that was from 3 weeks ago. And so there's some goals, objectives, who's responsible, and the outcomes. And again, we can provide any additional information to the email, Mr. Chair. On page 12 of 27 is a report on the Department for Child Care and Development, and this was provided by Sylvia Tyler, who is the new Department Manager 3. Accomplishments, they did have essential workers work through the pandemic. Although the child care centers may have been shut down, they also had private independent providers that continued to provide services. So from September 2020 to June 2021, the Department of Child Care and Development had paid a total subsidy payment of $344,811. There's also co-payments in the amount of $16,550. They had served 1,107 children out of 447 providers. Department of Child Care also provided the employees that were working, even though some of the centers, all the centers were closed, during that time of the pandemic, they were also able to complete several policies were developed or procedures, guidelines. The tribal plan was completed, policies and procedures for family and children services and child care provider services, the disaster plan, reopening plan, the parent handbook, and staff handbook. So the employees were busy working on these other assignments, primarily because children were not in the centers, but they still had the casework units open because of the independent providers. On page 13 is the Navajo Family Assistance Services. Rosalind Begay is the delegated senior program project specialist as of now. So for 2020, 2020-2021 academic year, a total of 4,098 eligible Navajo children between the ages of 3 to 18 years old received financial assistance for school clothing, and each child received $250. The LIHEAP Low Income Home Energy Assistance Program assisted 806 households. General assistance served 150 individuals. And barrel assistance, this is primarily from 638, assisted 506 individuals, and this is non-COVID-19 related. The Health, Education, Human Services Committee approved the LIHEAP policy manual on April 7, 2021. Thank you. A 5-year BIA Public Law 93-638 contract was approved for general assistance and barrel assistance beginning January 1, 2021 through December 31st, 2025. And this was a new initiative for the Division of Social Services. We primarily had one contract with BIA with 638 funded programs. They were all combined into one, meaning Department for Family Services, Navajo Family Assistance Services, as well as the Navajo Treatment Center for Children and Families. So we were able to successfully negotiate with BIA to have those into 3 separate contracts so they can do their own separate reporting. Department of Justice determined the new general assistance and barrel assistance policy manual to be legally sufficient. It was submitted for sponsorship December 9, 2020, and that is still pending for review and consideration. The Navajo Family Assistance Services received ARPA funding in the amount of, for LIHEAP, $1,893,803. And then what's forthcoming as well is the Low Income Household Water Assistance Program, which will be $2,354,305. On page 14 is the status report for Department of Family Services. Regina Yazzie is Department Manager 3. So their major accomplishments is Department of Family Services successfully entered into a lease agreement with the Utah Navajo House System, where Utah Navajo House System will provide services for domestic violence individuals more in the upper portion of Arizona and New Mexico and the southern part of Utah. The Arizona Long-Term Care Services, they had provided approximately 4,417 members on their overall caseload. And this is the Altex program. They do get reimbursed for the case management services. So they do get reimbursement for those case management services. Accomplishment 3, during third quarter, there are approximately 1,169 children who are placed in a relative home rather than being placed in a non-relative foster home, group home, or shelter home. On page 15, there was questions regarding the data report and the tribal assistance system, the electronic case management database. And there was questions, it's not a financial management system. And so on page 16 and 17, it pretty much outlines what this database is able to move forward with. And just to highlight some of the areas is to reduce any duplication of services. If one individual applies in one location and they go to apply on another location, it would automatically flag that this person has received services. Those are considered hard stops in the system. It also is able to generate reports. And I know we are always looking at data. How can we use our data to improve services? And at this point, it has been somewhat cumbersome to try and obtain data consistently. And so this would capture all the information that is input, the client data is input into the system, would be able to capture data. And so that is one area that we're looking at. And so we're looking at continuing working with Office of the Controller to use a data port to upload batch files. It is sent to Office of the Controller. That's where contract accounting, they verify funds. And then once all of that is submitted, then it's sent over for payment, and checks will be generated 1 or 2 days later. And that can be mailed out immediately to families. This is new that they did with the Navajo school clothing last fiscal year. OOC had, it took them like 4 weeks to run programs on how to test the system for school clothing, and so they were successful. It was unfortunate though that they end up using this fiscal year's funding as opposed to last year's fiscal. So that's something that we will continue to work with. On page 18, Mr. Chair, there was questions regarding the facility and home visit to elders. So there was a report provided by Department of Family Services. The Altex supervisor, Ms. Marie Keone, have provided an update that they are required to follow the access policies, and that they are required to conduct quarterly case reviews for members that are receiving services in their homes or in adult living facilities, and semi-annual case reviews for members who are in nursing homes. So during the pandemic, Access had amended some of their procedures to how visits are being made. Normally, some of them are required in person. So they're able to do telephonic or virtual reviews for those members as well. On page 20, there was a request for a summary sheet on the domestic violence shelters, what the contract amount might be, because again, thankful this is a 3-year contract with the shelters at this point. So on page 21 shows the funding for 2021, the total number of individuals who are served from the DV shelters, 979, the total expenditures to date and the total award amount. And so for FY 2022, we are looking at having the same amount awarded to the 7 contract shelters. On page 22, there was questions on a summary sheet on Title 4E, the reimbursement and impacts. So on page 23, we do talk about what Title 4E is, the purpose, the classification as far as what is direct costs, what is administrative costs, and what are training costs. And then the cost concept, we were required to do random moment time studies. And then data collection is reported on the AFCARs. And then assignment of coordination, who's going to be reviewing the time studies and whatnot. On page 24, the scope of the Title 4E program. And so this is just a quick snapshot of the maintenance payments, foster care, adoption assistance, and guardianship assistance. The Navajo Nation can be reimbursed at a rate of 83%. The fiscal requirements is noted as well. Training, any type of training in regards to Title 4E programs, the reimbursement rate is at 75%. And lastly, the administration of administering foster care, adoption assistance, and guardianship assistance, the reimbursement rate is at 50%. On page 25 is a graph showing the Navajo Child Welfare System. What are next steps? Title 4E provides partial reimbursement to the Navajo Nation, an open-ended entitlement program. It is not a discretionary grant program. The reimbursement is now Navajo Nation funds. And the Title 4E program, for a portion of child welfare program, other funding sources as needed. And so it just shows the big breakdown of the maintenance payments, administrative costs, and training costs. On page 26, there was a question raised if any of the ARPA funding could be utilized for reimbursement. So on page 27, the American Rescue Plan Act funds received by the Division of Social Services are direct funding and not set up for reimbursement. So Mr. Chair, this concludes my report in regards to the summary statements that were requested. We also had submitted an amendment to our Department of Child Care Development budget. And so those have also been sent. Per Ms. Brenda Sosi, she did indicate that they were sent. So I'd like to turn it over to Brenda Sosi to read into the record what was emailed and then the new budgets. Brenda?
Good afternoon. Okay, good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I will read into the record of the proprietary funds for the daycare centers. The Office of the Controller was able to revise the proprietary funds allocation, which was $5,000 per daycare for the fiscal year 2022. So that's rather than being an unmet need, it is going to be a regular proprietary funds for $5,000. So I'll go ahead and continue to read that into the record. Okay, this is for Business Unit 117010, Department of Child Care and Development, Chinle Child Care. And the budget form 1, the Navajo Nation approved original budget for FY 2021 was 0. The proposed budget is 5,000. So the difference we're requesting for an increase of $5,000. Number of positions and number of vehicles is 0 for 21 and 0 for FY 2022. Then the budget form 2, the program performance criteria, goal statement 1 is program income revenue generated from family co-payments to be reinvested back into the program. Program performance measure objective is report quarterly revenues of $16,368 or more from child care centers payment fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter, $16,368. Goal statement 2, purchase and provide operating supplies by enhanced literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities at child care centers. 9 child care centers will conduct 6 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. That's the program performance measures. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 162. Goal statement 3, provide daily nutritional needs for an AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 9 child care centers. Program performance measure, 186 meals and snacks served per quarter at 9 child care centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter is at 1,674. Goal statement 4, compliance with all health and safety measures for all child care center staff. Program performance measures, each quarter supervisors are to conduct a review of 66 child care center staff and ensure all requirements are met. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 66. Goal statement 5, provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per child care center. Program performance, provide child care services at 145 or more children per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 145. Budget form 4 is detailed budget and justification. We go on to Business Unit 117010, Department of Child Care and Development, Chinle Child Care Center. Hold on, Mr. Chair. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sosi. Ms. Angelita Benali, did you have those particular documents that Ms. Sosi reviewed just now?
Yes, Mr. Chair. That would have been business unit number 117010.
I'm going to read Mr. Chair, I'm going to read into the 1170, 111, and 112 as well.
Do we have the document?
Yes. That was sent. Let me get the information here. That was sent at 11:12 a.m.
The subject line, Mr. Chair, is DSS Childcare Centers. And the
Okay.
attachment has daycare centers 117010, 117011, 117012, and they're all in PDF.
Yes, I found it. Ms. Sosie, go ahead. Ms. Sosie, go ahead.
Okay, Mr. Chair, members of the committee, I'm going to read into the record the business unit 117011, Department of Child Care and Development, Program Fort Defiance Child Care Center. The column A, FY 2021 was 0. Column B, proposed budget 5,000. The difference is an increase of 5,000. The total positions budgeted on vehicles 0 for FY 21, 0 for FY 2022. Budget Form 2, program performance criteria, goal statement, program income revenue generated from family co-payments to be reinvested back into the program. Program performance measure, report quarterly revenue of $25,749 or more from child care center parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarters, $25,749. Goal statement 2, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities at child care centers. Program performance measure, 5 child care centers will conduct 6 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. Kerrigan, Little Miss Muffet, Loops, Tuba City, Fort Defiance Child Care. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 90. Goal statement 3, provide daily nutritional needs for AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 5 child care centers. 186 meals and snacks served per quarter at 5 child care centers, Kerrigan, Little Miss Muffet, Loop, Tuba City, Fort Defiance Child Care Centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 930. Goal statement 4, compliance with all health safety measures for all the child care center staff. Program performance measure each quarter. Supervisors are to conduct a review of 68 child care center staff and to ensure all requirements are met. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 68. Goal statement 5, provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per child care center. Program performance measure, provide child care centers to 175 or more children per quarter. First, second, third, fourth quarter, all at 75. Budget Form 4 is a detailed budget and justification. As we go on to Business Unit 117012, Department of Child Care and Development, Shiprock Child Care Center. Column A, for FY21, allocation was 0, proposed budget is 5,000. Difference is an increase of 5,000. Positions budgeted in vehicle, 0 for FY21 and FY22. Budget Form 2, Program Performance Criteria. Goal Statement 1, program income revenue generated from family co-payments to be reinvested back into the program. Program performance measure, report quarterly revenue of 5,330 or more from child care centers payment parent fees. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 5,330. Goal Statement 2, purchase and provide operating supplies to enhance literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities at the child care centers. Program performance measure, 4 child care centers will conduct 6 thematic activities per month on literacy, culture, nutrition, and physical activities. Achinanajona, Hogback, Shiprock, Crown Point, child care centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 90. Goal Statement 3, provide daily nutritional meals for AM snack, lunch, and PM snack at 4 child care centers. Program performance measure, 186 meals and snacks served per quarter at 4 child care centers. Achinanajona, Hogback, Shiprock, Crown Point, child care centers. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 744. Goal Statement 4, compliance with all health and safety measures at all child care center staff. Program performance measure, each quarter supervisors are to conduct a review of 42 child care center staff to ensure all requirements are met. First, second, third, fourth quarter, 42. Goal Statement 5, provide and maintain appropriate child enrollment number per child care center. Program performance measure, provide child care services to 6 to 5 or more children per quarter. First, second, third, and fourth quarter, all at 65. Budget Form 4, detail, budget, and justification. And that's all for the child care centers, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, that completes our report for our revisits. We're available for questions. Thank you.
Committee members, regarding the revisits. Regarding the memo from the Office of the Controller. Mr. Robert Willie, are you on the call by chance?
Mr. Chair, I believe that Mr. Willie may be at the BNF oversight hearing. I can email him to join our meeting for to answer this issue or to answer the question.
Well, I want to put it on record with his memo to the chair and the committee regarding the daycare centers. Or I think some items that basically call for some additional items that Division of Social Services needs to do. Most especially the fund management plan for the daycare centers. committee members, rather than waiting for Mr. Willie, the memos from Mr. Willie, shall we just incorporate them into a legislative concern? And then we can move forward. Chair's looking for guidance from the committee members.
Sure.
Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you. I would support that, and then I have another comment to make.
Okay, committee members. So with the concurrence of the vice chair, the memos from Mr. Robert Willie with the Office of the Controller, we will incorporate that into a legislative concern regarding the renewal and revision of the fund management plan for the daycare centers. Honorable Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. Oh, great, the document just closed. I think it's the last page of the document you sent out. It was about the ARPA funding and reimbursement. We had a conversation yesterday, and at first it was misinterpreted that I was talking about reimbursing with funds that the program had directly received, and instead I was talking about the fiscal relief funds, and that misinterpretation or misunderstanding was still documented in this report or whatever you're calling it that was sent out. So I guess it doesn't matter now since we didn't do what we asked, but explicitly said we were talking about the fiscal relief funds that the Navajo Nation received, not the direct service ARPA funding that you had discussed. So just ask that the program pays a little more attention to what leadership is talking about when we're talking with you.
Ms. Neswit Gishi?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Delegates Slater, I apologize for not listening correctly. Again, it was my understanding, and I did have our team meet together. And so it was our misunderstanding that the request was for information on the ARPA funds reimbursement. So we will prepare another summary report on the fiscal recovery fund. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Ms. Neswit Gishi, when can you provide that document?
Mr. Chair, members of the Health Education Committee, we should be, as soon as we conclude, we should have that out within 2 hours. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Vice Chair Slater. While we're waiting for that information, we might delay the adoption of the legislation to approve Division of Social Services budget.
Okay, Chair. I mean, I don't think that's necessary. The point of the exercise is that when the full budget is considered and adopted, we may, well, let me take a step back. The idea is that this would be a reimbursement. So if there is anything within their budget that would make sense to reimburse from fiscal recovery fund monies, and this would be on the general fund side, not on their external grants that they may have received under ARPA separately, that we would do that after the fact. So we would appropriate under the general funds, and then later on we'd reimburse ourselves if it made sense. But I'd rather us be prepared when it comes to that. It's not something that will, I think, conflict with adopting their budget today and then submitting it forward. Thank you.
Now that begs the question of a fund management plan for Division of Social Services regarding the ARPA funds. But between now and NABIA, maybe we could get some direction from Chief Legislative Counsel and the Office of the Controller. Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. Are there any other questions and concerns by the committee members? Going once, going twice. Okay, the revisit is concluded. So now we go to the Department of Health revisits. Dr. Jill Jim, are you on the call?
Yes, Chanel, I'm on the call.
Akushila, Deja, you have the floor to start the discussions on the revisit.
Okay. Well, good afternoon, everyone. For allowing the Navajo Department of Health to do our revisit by answering some questions. I did just send a memo, written response. Hopefully you're able to pull that up and receive it, or else I can go over it as well. If there's any revisit items I left out, please let me know. I know there were several items that were presented yesterday, so for the record, I'm Dr. Jill Jim. I'm the Executive Director for the Navajo Department of Health, and I'll be addressing the revisits today. So once again, thank you for this opportunity. Yesterday, we had several conversations. I'm going to first address items in my written response that I just sent. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have presented that to the committee yesterday. The first revisit item is number 1 regarding the Navajo Community Health Representative Program. There was a question asked about the vacancy rate and numbers. Staff were able to provide that to me. There are about 98 of 136 positions identified as community health workers, with 46 positions that are vacant at this point. And those are based on the budgeted positions. Of the 98 positions, 79 positions are senior health workers and 19 positions are community health workers. We were listening earlier on to the DPM conversations, and those positions have been reclassified and are closing today. So the breakdown of those numbers are presented by the service units on page 1 of my written response. So I'll end there with the revisit number 1, Chair, for questions.
Okay, Shadeja, committee members, do you want to do the revisits all together before questions, or would you rather discuss revisit number 1 before moving on to number 2? Committee members.
Chair.
Oh, Cecilia, Honorable Edison Wanika.
Thank you, Chair, members of the committee. Let's go through all the revisits and then we can ask questions.
Chair, this is Delegate So. I concur with that.
Okushila, Cecilia Dosha Bija, Deja, go ahead and continue with the revisit.
Okay. Thank you for that. Revisit number 2 is for the Navajo Special Diabetes Program. The program received funding for 4 months due to congressional approval for continuation of SDPI funding. Therefore, the funding is being awarded in phases. In the written document, the SDPI grants extended into December 27 through the Consolidated Appropriations Act, which caused grantees receiving late special diabetes SDPI allocations. The program received a no-go notification of award, grant award for fiscal year 21 in February 2021 for the amount of $1. So that $1 was corrected in March, and a new no-go reflected an adjustment to increase in the amount of 3.2 million in late April. So at this at time of this no-go, special diabetes used carryover funds from fiscal year 20 to pay personnel from January to May through several BRRs that were exhausted. Are operating in congressional or contractual services to cover salary and fringe benefits. So normally the program receives around 6.4 million a year. We are currently waiting on the second SDPI allocation for the remaining 3.2 million was the feedback I received from the program. So therefore the adjustments or the numbers do reflect a higher amount for those reasons. And the revisit number 3 for Navajo WIC program, the program did identify miscalculations and adjustments were made and were resubmitted to OMB. I'm not sure where they were at with those that particular resubmission or correction. And so the new amount does just have as column A for part 3, you'll see in the memo that it has for the awarded original amount for column A is 2,165,260, while the proposed new budget is for 2,237,209 with a increase of 71,949 for column C. And that would conclude revisit number 3. Chair.
Thank you, Deja. I'm still looking at the revisit committee members. Thank you, Deja. Thank you for the revisit memo, and so now the committee. Are those responses adequate for the reasons for putting these items on the revisit? Back
Yes,
to you,
Chair.
committee members.
This is Juanita.
Oh, Cecilia, you have the floor.
Yeah, appreciate it. Chair and members of the committee. On the CHR, number of staff and vacant positions, I appreciate the numbers that were provided to us. For my concern has to do with 45 agencies. It was, there's 17 with 8 vacant positions. The only concern I have is some of those vacant CHR positions were not listed at all. One of them was Oak Springs chapter, and I'm just concerned whether Oak Springs chapter is supposed to have a CHR. I know about 10 years ago and prior to that we had a CHR at that chapter. But from then, about 10 years to present, there hasn't been a CHR. So I'm just wondering if that position was taken away from that position or what. And we've been asking for it, and that's a concern I have. I don't know if there's any other chapters that are in a similar situation. Because the Oak Springs chapter serves two communities, Oak Springs and Pine Springs. And when we borrow the position from either Sawmill or, Fort Defiance, it makes it hard for the CHR to make those visits for both chapters. So I would appreciate, additional information on that. It doesn't have to be now, but, I can visit the office later and find out what the situation is with that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Cecilia, thank you for putting that item on the discussion. Committee members, anybody else? Dr. Jim, of the current CHRs, how many will have retired by September 30th?
Shana, I just realized I forgot that I was looking at the number around 8 that are intended to, yes, and some might have already retired. So this list is provided by DPM as well. Thank you.
Okay. So in that number 46, is that inclusive of retirees?
No, not at this point. Out of the 8 that are retiring, I guess I would say 6 are actually community health workers.
Okay.
So they're not listed until they're probably vacated the position. Thank you.
Yes. So, Sheila, that number will change. Committee members, any other questions? Is there the possibility you could share the revised qualifications for those positions on the community health workers? What the committee had asked CHR program and human resources to revisit the qualifications.
Oh, so now I can go ahead and resend those JVAs out. Thank you.
Sheila, thank you. Committee members? Any further discussions? Any expression of a legislative concern or a condition of appropriation? If there are none, then let's deem this revisit concluded. Dr. Jim, do you wish to make any last minute statements or conclusions?
Yes, Chanel.
Go ahead.
Thank you again, Chair Shinado, Vice Chair Slater, as well as Honorable Wanika, Honorable Holona, Honorable So, Honorable Bigay. Thank you for your ongoing support for the Department of Health. I do have some additional noted items I will work with you guys on, and I think that requires regular committee meetings that I would like to work on with the committee. I know that I will have to present on the CHAP Community Health Aid Program. I also am looking at some of the DOLTEX regarding the jurisdictions of the agreements that we have. Also looking at the ARPA dollars that we received on how we're going to execute those with addressing COVID and unmet needs within our program. So I look forward to continuing our conversations I might have left some stuff out, but I think I have noted most of them here on my notes to get back with, and especially regarding the Navajo Nation, sort of that emergency response plan. I've heard it over and over. I'm wondering to what capacity I have to try to contribute that, working with a different division, and trying to execute that will be something that I need to work on. I know that we have adopted a lot of this response to the pandemic. I'm grateful for just the ability to listen to the members. I know we have a lot of work to do each time in improving the services that we provide to the Navajo Nation, especially around health, elders, and other population groups, especially behavioral health and mental health. So we'll continue to have these conversations, and I'm going to have to commit to providing more reports to you guys on a regular basis, either oral or written. As we're continuing to respond to the pandemic, we are still in a pandemic. I just want to reiterate all the support that I've gotten from the committee members, including the Office of the President, Vice President, and also Speaker, as well as the HES committee members. So thank you very much for this time.
Yeah, Deja. I guess in the aspect of emergency management, depending on the aspect of emergency, if it's a health-related emergency, I think Department of Health has to be the lead agency. And then if it's in the manner of public safety emergency, then it would be public safety. And if it's in the area of the other FEMA-related emergencies and declarations, then it would be the emergency management. So that type of, I guess, ability an ability for the emergency response to be fluid enough to self-identify who would be the lead agency, I think is an aspect that I've thought about since yesterday. The other part, and we can cover it in a subsequent HES meeting, is the aspect of, I know it's over in Department of Justice, the self-governance aspect. I know that Navajo Area Indian Health Service is supportive of that concept, as well as the committee wanting to go forward with that. And again, that is one of those aspects, I think, that would be a landmark decision of the committee and of the council and of this administration, if we could move it forward in an expeditious manner. We certainly want to move forward on that, Shadeja. With AILA committee members, do you have any other subsequent comments or discussions? Going once, going twice, 3 times. So the revisit on Department of Health is concluded. So we will go, and thank you, Shadeja. We appreciate the succinct responses to the revisits. We'll move to Division of General Services. Mr. Tom Platero, you have the teleconference floor. Mr. Tom Platero, are you still on the BNF teleconference?
No, sir, I'm
Mr.
online.
Chair? Okay.
Miss Angelica Benali, thank you, Mr. Platero.
No, I was gonna just indicate that Mr. Platero is on the line, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Committee members, I forgot to include with Department of Health, we are moving forward with the non-emergency medical transport requests. That was an unmet need, so we will include that as part of the legislation. Mr. Tom Platero, you have the teleconference floor on your request for this revisit.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, Division of General Services operates on 3 strands of funding. Actually, for this fiscal year, it's 4. We have general funds, we have indirect costs, we have proprietary, we have fixed costs, and then we have the personnel lapse. So there's 5 altogether. When we were presenting our budgets to Budget and Finance for the fixed costs, they were provided legal advice on the interpretation of fixed costs underneath the Budget Instruction Manual. Underneath the Budget Instruction Manual, it excludes personnel, travel, and capital projects, and a couple of other items. So what we did is we had to revise our budgets. We had originally placed our tribal vehicles, the vehicles that the maintenance people use to travel out there that are from fleet management, underneath the fixed costs, and we had to remove it. So in order to maintain our tribal vehicles, we had to revise our general funds facility maintenance budget so that we could budget it underneath it. That was the request for a revisit. So, Mr. Chair, if I may, could I read the new budget into the record?
You certainly can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members of the committee, business unit number 112008, facility maintenance department, general services, DGS. General funds, 1,555,451, 55%. IDC recovery, 1,231,414, 43%. Personal lapse, $65,658, 22%, for a total of 2,852,523 at 100%. Underneath Part 3, the total is $2,308,470. Proposed budget is $2,852,523 for an increase of $544,053. Total number of positions is 49. Underneath the proposed 44. Number of vehicles budgeted, original budget was 0. Underneath proposed budget, it is now 24. There were no changes to budget form 2, no changes to budget form 3, no changes on budget form 4, page 6 of 12. but we did add in on page 7 of 12 the cost for the vehicles and $5,000 for travel for a total of $237,572. Mr. Chair, those were the majority of the changes. We did have to move some funds around, and we did meet with facility maintenance to calculate whatever expenditure that we could include this year. We completed that exercise yesterday, and we are coordinating with them to enter all of their requisitions into the FMIS under 6B. We're coordinating with our staff and their staff, so we're trying to get everything done. Mr. Chair, members of the committee, that is the extent of the budget change we need to do. We are on the Budget and Finance Committee at the same time as this. They are going to pull 2 of our budgets, and we're going to have to revisit those. We're going to resubmit. It wasn't just us. They had questions on Controller's Office. So there are 4 budgets that they're pulling. Right now, it's going to be radio communication underneath Navajo, telecommunications and utilities, and facility maintenance. So the total that they're going to be taking out to reintroduce a new legislation is $2,513,228. We will be resubmitting those budgets today. I believe they scheduled it next week for Wednesday. So we'll be going on ahead and going back through that process a second time with Budget and Finance. Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Tom Platero. Committee members. So I guess we have a rope connected to the Division of General Services, and the other rope is connected from General Services to the BMF at this very time. I appreciate your ability to come up with these budget revisions almost on instantaneous aspect. It goes to your ability to be a good division director, Mr. Tom Platero. Committee members, do you have any questions on this revisit? Those aspects that are under our control, I think we can go forward with it. The ones that Mr. Platero alluded to where BNF has asked for revisits. We'll see how we can join those up at Nabikia committee members. Any further discussion, questions?
Mr. Chair?
Mr. Ron Haven, yes.
Yeah, sorry for interrupting here. I would just advise the committee to have Mr. Patero, if there's no changes to the figures to the Oversight Committee resolution numbers, but if there isn't, that's not necessarily a problem. But if there will be changes in the figures to what we have before us this afternoon, I would suggest that the forms may have to be switched. So just a little bit of advice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Haven. That's a good advice, Mr. Platero, regarding
Mr. Chairman.
BNF. Oh, go ahead.
Mr. Chair, members of the committee, the one that you're considering now is legislation 0141-21. There won't be any changes on that. I did, as a courtesy, email you the updated Exhibit B. So when you consider the legislation on the advice of Darlene James, OMB has been working really well with us, providing guidance. Darlene, James, and Lisa Jim over there. They're kind of very busy, but they make time to help us with it. They did recommend that we furnish the committee and your advisement team that we send you an updated Exhibit B, which was emailed to you. So when you get to the legislation, all you would need to do is insert the new Exhibit B that was emailed as a courtesy, so that will complete this legislation. If there's going to be any changes on the budget and finance side, we will go on ahead and come back to you and inform you of what's going on. I will also, once Budget and Finance takes action on legislation 0149-21, I will go on ahead and email you all copies of the budget that was approved, and I'll also email you copies of 2 budgets that are going to require an updated legislation, so that we keep both you as our oversight informed and working in collaboration with Budget and Finance to make sure that we complete the process with them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. Thank you for that guidance. I was almost getting a cloudy view on it, but then you wiped out that cloudy screen, so we're good to move forward with the legislation. Ms. Angelita Benali, have we concluded the revisits?
Yes, however, you want it to go back to Division of General Services, unless you with Mr. Robert Willie, and he is on the line.
That was with Social Services.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I meant Division of Social Services. Thank you.
Mr. Robert Willie, you sent 2 memos to the committee. Could you put it on record what you recommended for number 1 for the daycare centers? And
okay,
go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just Robert Willie for the record, from the Office of the Controller Manager. Yes, I did submit a memo to yourself and the committee based on the meeting from previous Monday. The items that were in question were the request for the $5,000 or for increase in the daycare centers. So I've been working with Brenda Sosi on these matters. She sent me the resolutions and other items that I had requested. After reviewing the information, I noticed that their fund management plan was outdated. It was passed in the 90s. Subsequent to that, there is resolution that came out for expenditure of revenues, and that was passed by Budget and Finance in the early 2000s. I believe it's BF Budget and Finance Resolution 187-03, if I remember correctly from my recollection and my memory from the memo. But they would need to update their fund management plan to that, because it is a general fund program which is earning revenues. I believe back in the early 2000s, the Auditor General at the time, Elsie Benali, did a visit on all these type of quasi revenue generating programs, and she recommended that new fund management plans be drafted. And subsequently to that, Budget and Finance did 2 new plans, one for everything that's over 250, which become your enterprise funds, and the others that are general fund that earn revenue. A good example of this for the general fund is the museum. So they're still general fund, but they generate revenue. So the program would just need to update those for those 3 daycare centers. Also included in that memo that I recommended was a $5,000 increase for each one of these business units, because they are open now. They were closed because of the pandemic, but they are receiving children now and generating revenues. So after we reviewed that, I would assume 1,000 would be good for the first quarter until they're able to update their fund management plans. Also included in what I sent over to the committee was the memo that I sent to Dominic requesting for them to increase the budgets for these to 5,000. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions the committee would have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Willie. Committee members, any questions for Mr. Willie?
No, sir.
Okay, then let's committee members, shall we put it as a legislative concern that Division of Social Services needs to develop a new fund management plan for the daycare centers? Committee members, by the first quarter as recommended by Mr. Robert Willie.
Chair Solana?
Oh, go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I agree with you, Chair. We go ahead and put it on the appointment for resolution.
Okay. Legislative concern, Ole.
Hey, legislative concern.
Committee members, anything else? So that concludes, and thank you, Mr. Willie, for coming on the line. I know you're trying to participate in the BNF deliberations also. So,
Mr. Chair?
Committee member. Oh.
Sorry for keeping interrupting here.
Don't Haven. Worry, Haven. Don't apologize. It's your duty to interrupt us when there's something that you really need to advise us on. So go ahead.
Okay. Thank you. We can draft the latest document for Division of Social Services as a condition of appropriation, since there's a time factor in here, first quarter of fiscal year 2022, that type of thing. So if it's okay, we can draft it as a condition of appropriation rather than a legislative concern.
Okay.
Thank you.
In that regard, then let's include the two memos as reference material for that condition of appropriation. Perhaps just to refer to it as a memo from memos from Mr. Robert Willie. We'll look to you for the best way to state that condition of appropriation. Thank you, Mr. Haven. Appreciate the guidance. Committee members, back to all the revisits. Are we satisfied with the revisits and the responses? Going once, going twice, 3 times. So the revisits are concluded, and we will go to the legislations. And as recommended by Honorable Vice Chair, we would allow time for legislative staff to develop the legislative concerns and conditions of appropriation. So we would go into a recess of approximately, how much time? An hour?
Oh.
We'll, at this time, the committee will go into a recess. We will reconvene at 2:52. committee members. So we are on recess. Thank you, Miss Benali, Mr. Mose, and all the folks that are still on the call. We are in recess.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Oh, I seen Chicago. Yeah, keep us on our task. Hello, hello. Are we back on the call?
Mr. Mose, are we back on?
You got yourself and Honorable Paul Begay and Chair. Let's see.
You need to turn off your phone.
We just pull your laptop. But when I had that problem first down, that my volume on, this is on, that's why. Chair, this is Leonard, only have yourself, Honorable Paul Begay, and Honorable Halone online.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to spray all that on you. Oh, yeah, I thought I was late, but just on time.
Chair, this is Leonard, you have 4 members online, yourself, Honorable Paul Begay, Honorable Pernell Halona, and Honorable Charlene So.
Okay, Shache, Mr. Mose, roll call to establish quorum.
Try it again. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Present.
Honorable Paul Begay is present. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona is present.
Pernell Halona is present. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Carl Russell Slater. Honorable Charlene So.
Present.
Honorable Charlene So is present. Honorable Daniel D. So.
I'm here.
Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. There we have 4 members present, constitute quorum.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. So we have a quorum. So we'll reconvene. And we'll go to the agenda, the adopted agenda, item 6. Old business, there being none. We go to new business. Item 7A. Ms. Angelita Benali, can you read that proposed action into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair, members of the
Mr. Chair, members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, are you able to hear me clearly? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes,
Okay, thank you.
initially there was an echo, but now there's no echo, so proceed.
Okay, thank you. You have your proposed standing committee resolution of 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year, 2021, introduced by Delegate Pernell Halona, co-sponsored by Delegates Daniel Eso and Edison J. Winika. Tracking number is 0135-21.
Miss Benali, forgive me. Let me those legislative concerns or condition of appropriation. Mr. Haven, Mr. Abeda, those items that we took a break so that you could draft those items. Are you prepared?
I'm calling them, Mr. Chairman. Can you tell?
Committee members, if they're not prepared, we might have to do a motion to suspend the floor rules. The Veterans Administration legislation. There were no legislative concerns or conditions of appropriation. And so that particular legislation could be approved without, as written. Ms. Benali, am I correct in that view?
Yes, you are, sir.
And if we're going to do a suspension of the floor rules, how many positive votes do we need?
Chair, this is Leonard, we get Honorable Wanika's back in the BNF.
So we have a quorum of 5 now.
Sir.
I don't have the rule book on committee rules, so that's how come I'm asking Ms. Spinelli.
Chair, we also have Honorable Slater back online, so we have all 6 members.
Okay. Honorable members of the committee, it may be Office of Legislative Counsel may not have, the first one on the agenda is Division of Social Services. And Office of Legislative Counsel may not have either the condition of appropriation or legislative concern drafted. And so I'm looking at suspending the floor rules so that we move the legislation related to Veterans Administration as the first action. One, because it's there are no legislative concerns and there are no conditions of appropriation. So, and the committee could adopt the legislation as written. So in that aspect, if we could get a motion to suspend the floor rules to move up legislation, let me pull
All
up
motion,
that.
Chair, for legislation 149-21, the Veterans Administration budget.
Thank you. Do I hear a second?
Second, Wanika.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Vice Chair and Honorable Wanika. With that, let's, Mr. Mose, roll call vote on the suspension of floor rules.
Sir, good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, go ahead.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona was green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Carl Russell Slater.
Green.
Honorable Carl Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you. Do we have Mr. James Werline on the teleconference call? And committee, do we really need him on the call?
Chair, he's on the line.
Okay, Mr. Swerline, for the record, please identify yourself.
Star 6.
Committee members, since I am the main sponsor, I would defer to Honorable Vice Chair to preside over the legislations. Honorable Vice Chair Carl Slater.
Okay, Chair. We'll now consider legislation 0149-21, an action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Sponsor Chairman So, co-sponsor Delegate Wanika. Ms. Benali, can you read the legislation into the record?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. You have your, legislation. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by, Delegate Daniel Iso as primary sponsor and co-sponsored by Edison J. Wanika. Tracking number is 0149-21. An action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. Be it enacted, Section 1, Authority. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 NNC Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, a committee for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, 2 NNC Section 401C6. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Veterans Administration, recommended by the Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President, as provided in the Fund Type Budget Summary attached as A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund's Comparative Summary, Exhibit B. Recommended changes to the General Fund budget, Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D. And the recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. And thereafter, you have your Exhibit A, which is the Fund Type Budget Summary for fiscal year 2022. And you also have your Exhibit B, the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit C, recommended changes as to the General Fund budget, which is blank. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, it's blank. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget, and it has indicated some language in that, on that form. Also attached is the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel to the sponsor. Also the Internet Public Review publication that was posted on July 30th, 2021, and it met the 5-day public comment period where no comments were received as of August 4th, 2021. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. The chair will entertain a motion to adopt the legislation.
Motion, Wanika.
Is there a second?
Second, Alana?
The motion from Delegate Wanika and a second from Delegate Helona to adopt the legislation. Committee members, do you have questions or desire presentation? Going twice? Going 3 times. Mr. Mose, can you do a roll call vote?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Helona.
One vote green.
Honorable Pernell Helona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Daniel Issa votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika, green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you very much, Chair. So, do you want to move back to the DSS budget, or is there another budget you want to move to next?
Let's see. I think the general services one also didn't have a condition of appropriation or legislative concern. Ms. Benali, am I correct?
The Division of General Services has a correction on their budget where they want to switch Exhibit B for a corrected form. And that's just to correct the form. And then there's also I believe it's a condition of appropriation for the Division of for the Division of General Services in collaboration with the Division of Human Resources shall conduct a survey on Navajo Nation employee housing and report back to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee no later than the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. And those are the two items that the committee would need to consider for the Division of General Services. Would you like to go to that legislation, Mr. Chair?
Can we get an update from the Office of Legislative Counsel and where they stand with these amendments?
Members of the committee and Vice Chair Slater, we have provided the amendment that's necessary here. The portion that we worked on is the condition of appropriation, and that's going to be Exhibit D. I would suggest just going ahead and making a motion to switch out Exhibit D to indicate that there is a condition of appropriation that will read that the Division of Human Resources shall assist the Division of General Services in conducting, well, I apologize. Let me back up. We are on the Division of General Services resolution, right?
It has not been read into record.
Okay, once,
excuse me, Vice Chair Slater, if we could give the floor to Mr. Haven to give us an update on each of the legislation, and that way we know which legislative concern or condition of appropriation is ready, and that way we can address that particular legislation. Presiding Chair.
I was thinking the exact same thing. That's what I thought we were going to be going for, but starting with DGS. So, Mr. Haven, can you actually start with DSS, on our agenda, and then move down and identify what is completed and what may be outstanding? And then, Ms. Benali, when Mr. Haven is done, if there are any budget forms that need to be corrected and then resubmitted as a part of that, can you identify them at that time as well?
Okay. Yes, Mr. Vice Chair.
Mr. Haven, you have the floor.
okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, I'm sitting a little away, a couple feet from the telephone, so I'm going to try to speak as loud as I can here. What we have ready right now, starting with the Division of Social Services, is the child care condition of appropriation. Now, that was with respect to a fund management plan. I have sent over to Angelita Benali the proposed language there, and that one is ready to go. Moving on down, I don't have what other, the next agenda item is gonna be your, okay, we also have in respect to, and I do apologize on your agenda items here, what we do have available, I have indicated already the Division of Social Services, your resolution there, if you're ready with that one, that's fine, and we do have the amendment there. The next one is gonna be, Department of Education with respect to your, 638 contracting, and I have prepared a proposed, language there for that amendment. That amendment was being recommended by, Vice Chair Slater in respect to, activities with respect to, federal contracting. That one is also ready to go, and it all depends on whether the, recommended language is acceptable, okay? I haven't shared it with the sponsor here, but, nonetheless, I will do that as soon as I can. I do have the language though. The next, item is respect to general services, and that's what, what's being discussed just a minute ago, and that has to do with your housing, survey. And, we do have a recommended, amendment there in respect to your, resolution once you get around to it. And this one has to deal with, your fund management plan. And that the, Division of General Services, since they have oversight over the, housing, employee housing, you will be, doing a, condition of appropriation there, and that language is ready to go just as well, okay? And something related to that, members of the committee is your next resolution. That will be the Division of Human, Resources, who will, assist the general services insofar as completing, the fund management plan. I'm sorry, I do apologize. It's not a fund management plan, it's a housing survey, okay? It's a housing survey, I recall, so the language is ready here. I do apologize, I misread this one here. It's regarding, a survey. It's a housing survey, actually, in respect to employee housing. So that was, condition of appropriation for the Division of General Services. Related to that is your next division, that's your Human Resources, and they will be, assisting the Division of General Services in conducting this survey on employee housing. Again here, the committee will be asking that the report be provided no later than the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. And then the next item that's here is going to be relate to your legislative concern that concerns the Board of Education. It's in respect to its superintendent that shall put forward a resolution, one without conditions, on the appointment of a superintendent of Diné Education. So, for confirmation by the Navajo Nation Council. That would be something that's ready for your resolution relative to your oversight over the education matters. So that's it there. I hope I got everything, and if there is others that I have not covered, I certainly can go ahead and address those. I got Ms. Chada Beta here helping me out, so I appreciate your time, and if you have any questions, I'm here to answer. Thank you.
Okay, and then Ms. Benali, at this time, we have all the budgets that we need. Ms. Benali?
We have all the budget that we need.
Yes, we were sent the budget by, at least the Division of General Services.
Okay, sounds good. Well, Chair, it sounds like we have everything ready for you to do your presentations on each of these. And I think because we only suspended the 4 rules to go to the Veterans Administration, we're back at item 7A, and that's legislation 13521 for social services. So are you ready to present that? Or on here, it says the sponsor is Delegate Halona. Delegate Halona, are you the prime sponsor? I thought that Chair So was the sponsor for all of these legislations.
Vice Chair, hold on.
Yes, Delegate Halona.
I'm assuming I'm a sponsor on that legislation for Department of Social Services. I turned a couple in, and then Delegate So ended up being this prime sponsor on it. So I don't know if they changed it over there in the office or how that went.
Okay, yeah, I don't know if it's by statute or custom, but the chair is the sponsor for the budgets under our jurisdiction. So so I'm going to go to Chair So for the presentation. This is legislation 135-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. And Ms. Benali, can you read the legislation into the record? Ms. Benali?
Oh, okay, I was on mute. I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chair. I'll start over again. Yeah, we have proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, 3rd year 2021, introduced by primary sponsored, is listed as Delegate Pernell Halona, along with primary sponsor of Daniel E. So, and co-sponsored by Edison J. Winnica. Tracking number is 0135-21, an action related to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2021 budget, or 2022 budget, I'm sorry, for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. Being enacted, Section 1, Authority, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC, Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. 2, NNC, Section 401C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, NNC, Section 840A. Section 2, findings. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee and the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Social Services recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided in the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairman or vice chairman, or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Thereafter, attached is Exhibit A, which is the fund type budget summary for the fiscal year 2022. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary, which is also attached for the Division of Social Services. Exhibit C, as indicated, the recommended changes for the general fund budget, and it lists the programs with the business unit numbers. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Again, it is blank, but it does list the business unit and the program title. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget, and it indicates a proposed unmet needs in the proprietary funds are established to generate revenue for the child care centers. These payments are collected from the parents as a child care co-payments. The funds are used to purchase office and general operating janitorial services. Also, funds are used for books. The funds are support the outreach activities and promote and advertise for program initiatives, provide refreshments for centers during provider-parent training and exhibit, thereafter, the exhibit is a transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel, and thereafter is the posted date for public comments as of July 29, 2021. There were no public comments received for the 5-day comment period that ended on August 3rd, 2021. And you have your legislative summary sheet at the end. Mr. Vice Chair? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, is there a motion to adopt the legislation?
Motion, Monica.
Is there a second? Second going twice.
Second that.
A second from Delegate Alona and a motion from Delegate Wanika. Committee members, there were items that needed to be added to the legislation based off of our review. Is there a motion to modify the legislation or amend the legislation to include those?
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Is there a second, committee members? A motion from Chair So and a second from Delegate Alona.
Hello?
Committee members, is there discussion? Discussion going twice. Discussion going 3 times. Mr. Mose, can you?
Honorable Slater, do we need to read that into the record?
Oh, that's a good point. Mr. Haven read it in previously, but I don't think he covered all of them, so I skipped over that. Mr. Haven, can you read the legislative concerns or the relevant items for this amendment to the DSS legislation into the record, please? Mr. Haven?
Can you hear me? I'm sorry,
Yes.
I was on mute.
We can
Vice
hear you.
Chair Slater and also members of the committee, here it is. This is legislation number 0135-21. You will have an amendment that's being requested here. It's going to be under Exhibit D on your resolution, okay? Now, you're going to have to switch this resolution out after I read this, and that will be part of your amendment, okay? Condition of appropriation. It's within your document at Exhibit D, as I indicated. the Division of Social Services by the first quarter of fiscal year 2022 and pursuant to memorandum issued by the Office of the Controller attached hereto, shall develop for approval a new fund management plan for daycare centers. The Office of Legislative Services shall ensure the exhibit is amended / replaced. That's going to be the extent of your amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Committee members, is there discussion on the amendment? Discussion going twice.
Members of the
Discussion going.
committee?
Sorry, who is that?
This is Ron Haven again.
Yes, Mr. Haven.
Yeah, just real quickly, just part of your discussions perhaps is just you'll notice I did reference first quarter of fiscal year 2022. Okay, that's really entirely up to the committee. If you're fine with that, that's fine. Otherwise, you can make it perhaps a little later in the fiscal year. So that was something we just put in there from this office, but that's up to you, okay? So I'll just end with that comment. Thank you.
Okay, committee members. Discussion. Discussion going twice. Discussion going 3 times. Mr. Mose, can you move to a roll call vote on the amendment?
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Paul Begay Jr. was green. Honorable Bernal Alona.
What about green?
Honorable Bernal Alona was green. Excuse me. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So goes green. Honorable Daniel Eso.
I vote green. Thank you.
Daniel Eso votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for the amendment.
Thank you very much. Committee members, is there further discussion on the legislation? Discussion going twice. Discussion going 3 times. Mr. Mose, can you move to roll call vote on legislation 13521?
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
What about green?
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel Eso.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel Eso votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for legislation 0135-1.
Thank you very much. I'm going to move on to 7B, legislation 140-21. An action relating to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. And this has sponsor Delegate Daniel Eso, our chair, and co-sponsors myself and Delegate Wanika. Ms. Benali, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, can you hear me?
Oh.
Okay, thank you. Proposed Standing Committee Resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year, 2021, introduced by primary sponsor of Delegate Daniel Iso. Co-sponsors are Carl R. Slater and Edison J. Winnicott. Tracking number is 0140-21. An action relating to Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. Being enacted, Section 1 authority, A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council to NNC Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources to NNC Section 401C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of Human Resources, recommended by the Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B. Recommended changes to the General Fund Budget, Exhibit C. Recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns, Exhibit D. And recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. E, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Thereafter, you have your attached Exhibit A for fiscal year 2022 of the fund type budget summary. Exhibit B is the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit C is the recommended changes to the General Fund budget. There are none indicated, although the business unit number and the program titles are listed. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget, and none are listed. Thereafter is attached the transmittal letter from the Office of the Legislative Council to the sponsors. And also thereafter is the public review publication, and it took place as of July 30th, 2021. Thereafter, the 5-day comment period ended August 4th, 2021, and no comments were received, no public comments were received. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you very much, Ms. Benali. The chair will entertain a motion for adopting the legislation.
Motion, Alona?
Motion from Delegate Halona. Is there a second?
Second, Wanika.
A motion from Delegate Halona and a second from Delegate Wanika. Committee members, I believe this legislation had a legislative concern, and I'll ask if any committee members are willing to entertain that amendment. Well, actually, let's head to Mr. Haven. Can you please read the amendment into the record, please?
Yes, sir. Condition of appropriation. This is on the Exhibit D on your resolution. Here's how it's going to read. The Division of Human Resources shall assist the Division of General Services in conducting a survey on Navajo Nation employee housing and assist in reporting back to the HIA Health, Education, and Human Services Committee no later than the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. the Office of Legislative Services shall ensure the exhibit is amended/replaced, period. Thank you.
Committee members, is there a motion to adopt that amendment?
Motion, Juanita.
A motion from Delegate Juanita. Is there a second? Second going twice.
Hello? Second, hello?
We have a motion from Delegate Juanita and a second from Delegate Halona to amend the legislation. Discussion? Discussion going twice. Discussion going 3 times. Mr. Mose, can you move to a roll call vote on Amendment 1 to Legislation 14021?
Sir, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Malone votes green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So,
Mr. Mose, Delegate So votes green. She just sent me a message.
okay. Honorable Edison, Daniel E. So,
I
vote
vote green.
Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika, green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes. Vice Chair, we have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. The amendment passes. Committee members, is there further discussion on legislation 140-21?
No questions for me.
Questions or discussion going twice? 3 times? Mr. Mose, can you proceed to a roll call vote on the legislation?
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona,
Malone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So, Honorable Charlene So,
I vote green as well.
okay. Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika, green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed.
Thank you very much. So legislation 140-21 passes. Move on to item C, legislation 141-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. Sponsor Chairman So, co-sponsor myself and Delegate Wanika. Ms. Benali, can you read the legislation into the record?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair. You have your proposed standing committee resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 3rd year 2021, introduced by primary sponsor Daniel E. So, co-sponsored by Carl R. Slater and Edison J. Wanika. Tracking number is 0141-21. An action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. In enacted Section 1 authorities. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is a standing committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NAC Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the oversight committee for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. 2, NAC Section 401C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, NAC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Division of General Services fiscal year 2022 budget, 12 NNC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services, 12 NSC Section 848. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Division of General Services, recommended by the Navajo Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President as provided in the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee and the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs. Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Have attached as Exhibit A is the fund type budget summary for fiscal year 2022. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary as indicated in columns A, information on columns A, B, and C. Exhibit C is the recommended changes to the general fund budget. The business unit numbers and program titles are listed, but no explanation. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. None are listed. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget for fiscal year 2022. And there are recommended needs for business unit 11-2001 for Division of General Services in the amount of $410,000. And for business unit number 11-2007, Navajo Air Transportation Department in the amount of $715,000 for a total amount of $1,125,000. A detailed budget for that is attached. Thereafter is the transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel, and thereafter attached is the public comment period starting July 30th, 2021, and ending on August 4th, 2021, with no public comments in the 5-day period that were received. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you very much, Ms. Benali. Committee members, is there a motion to adopt the legislation? Motion going to. We have a motion from Delegate Wanika.
Yes.
A second.
Second for Helena.
And a second from Delegate Helona. Committee members, I believe there was also a proposed amendment for this legislation.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah, Mr. Haven, can you read that proposed amendment, please?
Here's the condition of appropriation for Exhibit D. The Division of General Services, in collaboration with the Division of Human Resources, shall conduct a survey on the Navajo Nation employee housing and report back to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee no later than the third quarter of fiscal year 2022. That's the extent of the amendment. Thank you.
Committee members, is there a motion to amend the legislation?
Pro Tem Chair, I will motion.
Thank you. We have a motion from Delegate So. Is there a second?
Second, Helena.
Sounds like there was someone else who was trying to motion before you, Delegate Helona. Is that the case?
No, I just did a second on the motion.
Okay. I keep hearing a phantom. We have a motion from Delegate So and a second from Delegate Helona. Committee members, is there discussion on the proposed amendment? Discussion going twice? Discussion going 3 times? Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on amendment number 1?
Sir, excuse me, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.,
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Valona,
Rose votes green.
Honorable Pernell Valona votes green. Honorable Charlene So,
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So,
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika, green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed on amendment number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. Committee members, is there further discussion on legislation 14121? Discussion going twice?
Mr. Chair? Mr.
Ms.
Vice Chair?
Benali?
On this, particular one, there was a request to switch, a corrected version of Exhibit B with, into the legislation.
Okay, can we get a presentation from the sponsor, Mr. Platero, or let me defer to the Chair. So do we need to discuss that one further? Or is that the issue that you discussed earlier, or that Mr. Platero discussed earlier with respect to the fixed cost issues?
Thank you, Vice Chair Slater. The request from Director Tom Platero was to switch out the exhibits. Mr. Tom Platero, could you address the committee on that aspect? And I didn't think we included it in the amendment, so there might have to be a second amendment. Vice Chair Slater. And Mr. Tom Platero is on the call, on the line too.
Mr. Platero, I'm going to ask you to elaborate on the exhibit swap out briefly before the committee now. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. If you look at the legislation that is attached to 0141-21, if you go to Exhibit B, if the committee is not going to make any changes, then that column D should actually be 0000000 down, and then column E should then be adjusted to subtract column D from column C. So that information should be filled out so that it's complete. If you look at Exhibit C, if there's no recommended changes, then that column that says explanation of committee recommended changes, those should all say none in them. And then if you go to Exhibit D, I'm not sure if you want to insert the same condition of appropriation that you submitted for human resources, so that it's on both of our COAs that would go there. And then Exhibit E is fine. So those are the items in order to complete the resolution when it's sent over to OMB to start preparing the paperwork for the next review. Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, members of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Platero. Committee members, is there a motion to amend the legislation to swap out Exhibit B?
Motion, Helena.
Is there a second?
Second, Delegate Begay.
Delegate Begay, was that a question or a second?
A second.
A second. We have a motion from Delegate Halona and a second from Delegate Begay to amend the legislation to input the correct budget forms or corrected budget forms. Committee members, is there discussion or questions on the amendment? Discussion or questions going twice? Going 3 times? Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to roll call vote on amendment number 2?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One vote green.
Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for amendment number 2.
Thank you very much. Committee members, is there further discussion on legislation 14121? Going twice? Going 3 times. Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to roll call vote?
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
Mr. Mose, I'm going to interrupt you. I believe we need to do a second reading of the legislation with the amendments. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so let's nullify this vote and then Ms. Benali, will you read out the amended portions of the legislation, please?
Yes, you have your legislation tracking number 0141-21. The legislation itself, there are no changes. And you have your Exhibit B that's being replaced by a corrected version of Exhibit B that's provided by the Division of General Services. And it has duplicate information in C and in D of Exhibit B. The other one is a legislative concern or a condition of appropriation, where it indicates it will indicate in Exhibit B, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concern. It will read, the Division of General Services in collaboration with the Division of Human Resources shall conduct a survey on Navajo Nation employee housing and report back to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee no later than the 3rd quarter of fiscal year 2022. And it also indicates that, well, in that particular amendment, that to ensure that exhibits are amended and replaced. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Ms. Benali. Okay. Now, Mr. Mose, I'm going to ask you to redo the vote.
Aye, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
One votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for the main motion.
Thank you very much. Committee members, we're going to move on to legislation 143-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. Sponsor, Chair So, co-sponsor, myself, and Delegate Wanika. Ms. Benali, can you please read the legislation into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair. You have your proposed standing committee resolution, 24th Navajo Nation Council, third year 2021, introduced by primary sponsor Delegate Daniel Eso, co-sponsored by Carl R. Russell and Edison J. Whitaker. Tracking number is 0143-21, an action relating to the Education and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. Being enacted, Section 1, Authority. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council. 2, NNC, Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee is the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. 2, NNC, Section 401C1. C, each oversight committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions. 12, NEC Section 840A. Section 2, findings. The Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education fiscal year 2022 budget. 12, NEC Section 840A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education, 12 NNC Section 840A. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education, recommended by the Office of the Navajo Nation President and Vice President as provided on the fund type budget summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary, Exhibit B, recommended changes to the General Fund budget, Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and sensitive concerns, Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Exhibit A is the fund type budget summary for fiscal year 2022, and it lists the business unit and the program and the information for fiscal year 2022. Exhibit B is the general fund comparative summary, and it does list the business unit, the program title, and the proposed general fund budget. Exhibit C is the recommended changes for the general fund budget, and it does list business unit all listed except 109026, and that's regarding the Navajo Nation Board of Education. Also, Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. None are listed. Exhibit E recommends the unmet needs budget, and it indicates a new business unit number for the Department of Diné Education Administration in the amount of $5,183,170. And business unit number 109006 for the Office of the Navajo Nation Library in the amount of $164,731. And business unit number 10908 for ONNSFA in the amount of $109,008. And business unit number 109026 for ODAC in the amount of $75,000, and that's Exhibit E. Thereafter, you have attached a transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel, along with the documentation of the date the legislation was posted on July 30th, 2021 for public comment. The 5-day comment period ended August 4th, 2021, and no public comments were received. Mr. Vice Chair? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Ms. Benali. Committee members, is there a motion to
Motion, Monica?
do we have a second? Was that a
Vice
second?
Chair, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion from Delegate Juanica and a second from Delegate So to adopt legislation 14321. Mr. Haven, is there a proposed amendment?
Yes, yes, sir. I can go ahead and read them. There's going to be two of them on legislative concerns at Exhibit A, or Exhibit D, I apologize. The first one's going to read as follows. Pursuant to the requirements of Navajo Nation law, the Navajo Board of Education shall forward a resolution, one without conditions, on the appointment of a superintendent of Department of Diné Education for confirmation by the Navajo Nation Council, period. The other amendment will read as follows. The Department of Diné Education, through the Superintendent and the Board of Education, consistent with the Navajo Nation Sovereignty and Education Act, shall resume all efforts of the Navajo Nation in implementing all 638 contracting activities of the Navajo Nation Tribal Education Department for purposes of assuming complete control over Bureau of Indian Education administrative duties and responsibilities over the education of Navajo children within the Navajo Nation. At the end of the second and third quarters of fiscal year 2022, the Department of Education, through the Superintendent and Board of Education, shall provide a written report on the efforts of the Navajo Nation in the progress towards assuming all functions currently exercised by the Bureau of Indian Education under federal contracting activities, period. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, there's a lot to those. I see you sent out the proposed amendment, or you sent it to myself at 4:06.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Haven, can you forward it to the committee just so that they can read exactly what you just read?
Yeah, well, Chad's going to send it over, okay?
Okay, thanks. Committee members, I just want to make sure everyone is on board before we even ask for or entertain an amendment. So let's wait a couple minutes to let this get in your inbox. I'm going to look at it myself.
And Mr. Chair, Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Haven?
Hello? Yeah. In this amendment here, this will be numbered like 1 and 2. The number 1, of course, is going to deal with your appointment of the superintendent, and the other one concerns the Federal Education Trust responsibilities. So that's going to be 1 and 2, just for your information. And you should be getting your documents right about now.
Okay, I just read them. They look, or it's a lot easier to understand when you read them. Committee members, the chair will entertain a motion to amend, but if you would like to pause for a moment, we can definitely do that.
Vice Chair Slater. This is Delegate Daniel. So,
Chairman So, you're recognized.
yes, in the condition of appropriation, Exhibit D, I think the Tribal Education Department initiatives is different from the aspect of assuming contracting of administrative duties and responsibilities. So perhaps we could delete the language that is on 5, line 5 of that particular condition of appropriation, deleting the Navajo Nation Tribal Education Department. And the new language would read, the Department of Education through the Superintendent and Board of Education, consistent with Navajo Nation Sovereignty and Education Act, shall resume all efforts of the Navajo Nation in implementing all 638 contracting activities for the purposes of assuming complete control over Bureau of Indian Education administrative duties and responsibilities. In the education of Navajo children within the Navajo Nation. And could we change the timeline by the end of first quarter and the second quarter? And through the discussions, we were talking about committee members of rehearing from the consultant contract folks that originally brought the issue to us at Route 66 Casino. That's related to this particular amendment. Committee members, those are my proposed changes to the condition of appropriation. Presiding Vice Chair Slater, back to you.
Mr. Haven, did you catch what Chair So said?
Yeah, let me read this into the record. You want to do it? I'm going to have Mr. Abeda read this into the record, okay? I think he's got the crux of it. Thank you. Okay, so it's going to be the condition of appropriation, Exhibit D. The new language is the new amendment is going to be read as follows: the Department of Diné Education through the Superintendent and Board of Education, consistent with the Navajo Nation Sovereignty in Education Act, shall resume all efforts of the Navajo Nation in implementing all 638 contracting activities for the purposes of assuming complete control over Bureau of Indian Education administrative duties and responsibilities over the education of Navajo children within the Navajo Nation. At the end of the first and second quarters of fiscal year 2022, the Department of Diné Education, through the Superintendent and Board of Education, shall provide a written report on the efforts of the Navajo Nation in the progress towards assuming all functions currently exercised by the Bureau of Indian Education under federal contracting activities. Thank you, Vice Chair.
Okay, committee members, the chair is open to a motion to amend the legislation.
Mr. Vice Chair?
Yes, Mr. Haven?
We are going to send you the draft of what Mr. Veda just read into the record. So just give us a second here.
Okay, thank you. Committee members, the chair will entertain a motion to amend the legislation. Going twice.
Motion, Monica.
Is there a second, committee members? Shache, Delegate Monica, and let me clarify, are you doing one or the other of these amendments, or are you consolidating them into one?
Consolidated.
Thank you. Committee members, is there a second? Committee members, questions or discussion on the proposed amendments to the legislation? Going twice. Going three times. Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on the amendments to the legislation?
Yes, sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Alona Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel Lee So.
I vote green.
Daniel Lee So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Vice Chair with a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for the amendments.
Thank you very much. Committee members, is there further discussion or questions on legislation 14321? Going twice. Going three times. Can we have a second reading of the legislation?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair and members of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, you have your legislation number 0143-21, and it's an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving the recommendation to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Diné Education. And the body of the legislation remains unchanged. However, there were amendments to Exhibit D, and the first legislative concern for Exhibit D is pursuant to the requirements of the Navajo Nation law. The Navajo Board of Education shall forward a resolution one without conditions on the appointment of the superintendent of the Department of Diné Education for confirmation by the Navajo Nation Council. The second condition of appropriation, again in Exhibit D, is the Department of Diné Education through the Superintendent and Board of Education consistent with the Navajo Nation's Sovereignty and Education Act shall resume all efforts of the Navajo Nation in implementing all 638 contracting activities for the purposes of assuming complete control over Bureau of Indian Education administrative duties and responsibilities over the education of Navajo children within the Navajo Nation. At the end of the first and second quarter of fiscal year 2022, the Department of Diné Education through the Superintendent and Board of Education shall provide a written report on the efforts of the Navajo Nation in the progress towards assuming all functions currently exercised by the Bureau of Indian Education under federal contracting activities. And that's the end of the additions to Exhibit B. Mr. Vice Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to a roll call vote?
Sir. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair, I have a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for legislation 0143-21.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to legislation 150-21, an action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health. Sponsors, Chairman So, co-sponsors are myself and Delegate Monica. Ms. Benali, can you read the legislation into the record?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, am I on mute? Okay,
You're good.
Okay, thank you. You have your proposed standing committee resolution 24th Navajo Nation Council 3rd year 2021, introduced by primary sponsor and Delegate Daniel Eso, and co-sponsored by Delegate Carl R. Slater and Edison J. Wenica. Tracking number is 0150-21. An action relating to the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health. Being enacted, Section 1 authority. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Standing Committee of the Navajo Nation Council, 2 NNC Section 400A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee, the Oversight Committee for the Navajo Nation Department of Health, 2 NNC Section 401C1. C, each Oversight Committee shall review and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee concerning the budget in accordance with the annual budget instructions 12 NNC Section 848. Section 2 findings. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee held a budget hearing and took budget testimony regarding the Navajo Nation Department of Health fiscal year 2022 budget 12 NNC Section 848. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee recommends to the Budget and Finance Committee a fiscal year budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health 12 NNC Section 848. Section 3, approving and recommending to the Budget and Finance Committee the proposed fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health. A, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee hereby acknowledges the proposed Navajo Nation fiscal year 2022 budget for the Navajo Nation Department of Health, recommended by the President of the Navajo Nation as provided on the fund type balance summary attached as Exhibit A. B, the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee requests that the Budget and Finance Committee of the Navajo Nation Council adopt the changes to the budget as set forth in the General Fund Comparative Summary. Exhibit B, recommended changes for the General Fund budget. Exhibit C, recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. Exhibit D, and recommended unmet needs, Exhibit E. C, the Health, Education, Human Services Committee authorizes the committee chairperson or vice chairperson to meet and negotiate with the Budget and Finance Committee on these recommendations. Thereafter, you have attached as Exhibit A is the fund type budget summary for fiscal year 2022. And it lists the information in the column as indicated. And it's for fiscal year 2022. Again, listing in all columns A through D the information for the general fund. Exhibit C is the recommended changes for the general fund budget. There are business unit numbers in the program title, and there are no recommended changes as indicated. Exhibit D is the recommended conditions of appropriation and legislative concerns. You have your business unit numbers and the programs, and there are none listed so far. Exhibit E is the recommended unmet needs budget, and there's one for business unit number 11301. I don't believe that this is the complete business unit. It's usually a 6-digit unit number. I believe it's supposed to be business unit number 11301. It appears there's 10 missing, and it's for the Department of Health Administration. And the amount of the unmet need is $83,311. For a temporary full-time position. And the fringe benefits will be $7,898. And for consulting is $100,000. And for the insurance premiums is $828. For a total of $192,037. Thereafter, you have your transmittal letter from the Office of Legislative Counsel, along with the postings for public comments that began July 30th, 2021, and ended August 4th, 2021, with no public comment. Mr. Vice Chair?
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt legislation 15021?
Motion, Begay.
Is there a second?
Mika.
We have a motion from Delegate Begay and a second from Delegate Wanika. Mr. Haven or Ms. Benali, are there amendments, proposed amendments?
Yeah, Vice Chair Slater, this is Chad Beta from Office of Legislative Counsel. I have no record of any amendments. Thank you.
Does that sound right, everyone? Are you ready to vote?
Vice Chair Slater, this is Delegate Daniel. So, Ms. Benali, was there some legislative concerns that we expressed?
I believe that may have been with the external fund.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Presiding Chair, Vice Chair Slater, I think we're ready.
Questions or discussion going twice? Questions or discussion going 3 times? Mr. Mose, can you please proceed to a roll call vote on legislation 15041?
Sir, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel E. So.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Daniel E. So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Vice Chair at a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed for legislation 0150-21.
Thank you, Mr. Mose. I'll hand the gavel back over to Chair So.
Okay, Cecilia, distinguished colleagues of the Health, Education, and Human Services Committee. That brings us to item 8 of our agenda that we adopted. And basically then the proposed meeting at 8 a.m. is now not needed. So, Ms. Benali, how do we inform the general public that the special meeting request for 8 a.m. of HES? Shall we just put it on, even though it's less than 24 hours, shall we post it on the council website?
Council?
Mr. Haven?
Sure.
I guess, go ahead, Ms. Benali.
Yes, I'll send an email to the office of the speaker indicating that we've completed our business and that the committee is canceling their special meeting request for tomorrow.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Benali. That will occur. Committee members, do we have any announcements? We do have a NABI regular meeting tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. And then we do have a request for a special meeting on August 16th, starting at 10 a.m. And we have legislations ready for that. They will proceed, but it'll be mainly to receive reports. Ms. Benali, please send the draft agenda to the committee for us to review, and then based on that, we will send back notice on the agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will. I'll get that done by tomorrow. Also, Mr. Chair and Vice Chair Slater, will you be in Windsor tomorrow afternoon to sign the resolutions and committee reports?
I'll coordinate with you, Ms. Benali.
Thank you.
With that, committee members, do you have any other announcements? There are none, then the chair is open to a motion to adjourn.
Motion, Wanika.
Second. Thank you for the second. A vote, Mr. Mose. Roll call vote, please.
Chair, who seconded the motion?
Honorable Paul Begay.
Sir. All right, the vote. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Paul Russell Slater.
Green?
Honorable Paul Russell Slater votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika. Green. Honorable Edison J. Wanika votes green. Chair, a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, adjourned at 4:39 p.m.
Thank you, committee members, and to all the division directors, department directors who participated in these budget hearings and accomplished the approved legislations. And we're grateful for the attention. And then, of course, to the committee, thank you for being attuned to the aspects of each of the budget requests and then adopting the legislation. So we will await when BNF calls these items to their table. With a vote of 5 in favor, 0 opposed, the chair not voting, we are adjourned. We'll talk again during NABI deliberations. Have a restful evening. Take care. And I'll go in there.
New chair, take care.
Oh, pushing. What Edo?